Nothing is faster and more exhilarating in chess than a bullet game. It's all about quick thinking and taking advantage of every opportunity when it comes. Blink and you'll miss it.
How did he do that?
Despite its popularity, bullet chess only has one annual championship tournament. And now, entering its 5th year, the Bullet Chess Championship is stronger than ever. 3-time champion Hikaru Nakamura again looks to defend his title and add to his impressive trophy case.
A brutal finish. Nakamura officially has won.
The only player who has ever stopped Nakamura in this event also returns to take another shot at it. 2021 champion Alireza Firouzja.
That's it?
Competing with these champions for the first time in the format, the best all-around player in the world. Magnus Carlsen has dominated chess seemingly forever, but he's never played in the Bullet Chess Championship. Will one of these big three of Bullet take home the $20,000 crown? Or can someone else claim the title? Maybe Naroditsky? Tang? Hansen? Caruana?
It's me! That is the Fabiano finale.
In this speediest of speed chess championships, only one champion will emerge. Welcome to the 2023 Bullet Chess Championship.
Welcome to the Bullet Chess Championship. We could not be more excited. It's an amazing field. It will be an electric competition. I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess. Alongside me is Grandmaster Simon Williams. Simon, I'm pumped. How stoked are you?
I'm really excited about this. We've got some of the best players in the world playing probably the most exciting format we can imagine. And Robert, it's going to be fast and furious, right? Really fast and furious.
Oh, there are too many, editions of that film, but not bad to add another Fast and Furious event to the mix, and it is the Bullet Chess Championship. So why don't we dive right in, let everybody know what they're getting acquainted with, as this is just the first day. $100,000 in total prizes, the premier international bullet chess event, with 10 players having been invited. 6 players had to work their way into the competition, and of course, in the world of online chess, Hikaru Nakamura is a name that rings out to the masses. He has won 3 out of 4 titles. So Simon, as we enter this 2023 edition, Hikaru Nakamura, is he your man to beat?
Yeah, he must be. I mean, he is the best online bullet player. I mean, okay, I say that. There's going to be one guy, at least in this competition, who might argue with that point. But he's phenomenal, and he has the track record here. So he must be the favourite to win this whole event. But mentioning that other guy, Robert, you know the guy I mean? He's quite famous, right?
I can't tell if you mean Daniel Naroditsky, Andrew Tang. I saw them in the starter video. Or is it a certain Norwegian?
I think it might be that Norwegian guy. And it's so exciting that he's actually playing in this event. The best player, I would say the best player of all time. I mean, you might argue with that, but he is brilliant, Magnus Carlsen, and he's very good at all time limits. He's the best at classical chess, and we're going to find out if he's the best at 1 minute as well. Yeah, it's going to be so exciting. I just can't wait for his match, Robert.
Well, some of the names on this screen should jump out to you. We have Paravyan, Caruana, Alireza Firouzja, some top 5 players in classical chess, along with Magnus and Hikaru. Anish Giri is in the mix, but Simon, of all these matches, is it the Magnus Carlsen-Eric Hansen match that sticks out most to you?
I think it is. I mean, it's going to be a very hard match for Eric, being the lower-rated player. But Eric does have, this really good history of being a very good content creator, very charismatic player, very good at bullet chess. But, let's be honest, Magnus is that level above. But, the thing for me is I just love seeing the best player play. I love seeing the openings he plays. I love seeing the tactics he comes up with. And how he will perform, we're yet to see. But that's going to be a match I'm very excited with. I hope Eric gets some points on the board there. I will be cheering for Eric as well, because it's going to be, it could be one-way traffic. But yeah, that one for me is the match that I'm most looking forward to. And what about yourself, Robert? Do you have Do you have one or two matches that you're eyeing up there?
Well, I'll see you and raise you. I have 3 matches that I'm very excited about. Anish Giri taking on Jose Martinez. Jospin has won a couple bullet brawls this year already, so he's a beast. And Anish, being the super grandmaster he is, Tang versus Andreikin. It's the runner-up from a year ago against Andreikin, who's a super gym who's played in the Candidates. And then, of course, we have so many other matchups, but Min Lei against Arjun Erigaisi. I think that's one where Min is the favorite, but Arjun, he rises to the challenge. He's won the Junior Speeches Championship in the past, over 2,700 himself. So many great matchups. I'm sorry I had to choose 3, but we have 2 more matchups that we're going to start the day with that we haven't discussed yet. So, Simon, it's Alireza Firouzja, the 2021 Bullet Chess Champion, against Denis Lazavik, the upstart teenager, and Alexander Bortnyk, the Ukrainian superstar. Bortnyk strong he is, against Fabiano Caruana, a former world championship challenger. He needs no introduction. So what do you make of these 2 matchups?
Great matches to get us started. I mean, we have Alireza, and Alireza is probably one of the most talked about chess players out there. I mean, he was the guy that Magnus kind of has tipped. He's the guy that Magnus wanted to play for the World Championships. He's facing Denis, who has just performed incredibly well to win the second division of the latest Champions Tour. So this young player, I think he's only 17 years of age, is a real prodigy. And how many times, Robert, do we say that Alireza's the older player? It's not often, right? So that's quite an interesting little starting match for us.
Yeah, it certainly is. Alireza, he's the old veteran of this field, of course. He's just 20 years old. Right? He is a youngster. He is a prodigious talent from Iran, playing for France. He won this event 2 years ago. It's his 5th appearance in it. And Simon, the number of all numbers that stand out to me the most, 35-21 peak bullet rating.
I mean, that's just not a number, Robert. I mean, what is that? I mean, I dream of being 25-21, right? I mean, like, 3-5-21? I mean, is he serious? I mean, that is the kind of ELO rating that you might see Stockfish in the year, I don't know, 2050 hit, right? I don't know, it's probably there already. But it's an incredible rating, and as you mentioned, he's won this event before, so he's got to be one of the favourites, Alireza, to take this down again.
Yeah, Alireza Zero over there. He plays with engine-like precision, even in bullet chess. He is such a beast. His opponent, no slouch, as you mentioned, Denis Lazavik. We'll talk more about him, the teenager from Belarus, in a minute. But first, let's discuss Fabiano Caruana, because he's taking on Alexander Bortnyk. Fabi, he is the 11th seed in this competition. On paper, in classical chess, we know that resume. He just won a Grand Chess Tour event, the Super Chess Classic, just a month ago. He placed 9th a year ago in the Bullet Chess Championship. So he's proven that he can hang with the best. He lost to Andrew Tang by just 1 point, but he's playing Alexander Bortnyk. So Simon, what do you make of his chances?
Well, you know, in this event, you have to say that Alexander is going to be favourite. And you wouldn't normally say that in many matches that Fabiano plays, because he's just one of the best players in the world. There's only a couple of people you'd normally say are better than him, Magnus being one. But not really anyone else. So it's strange. Bullet chess is a different kettle of fish. The clock is so important. How you move the mouse, so important. Reaction speed, really important. I mean, you know, I feel like a really old man just looking at all the players here. And it's going to be interesting, the commentary for me. But I think, Robert, we'd have to say that Fabiano is not the favourite in this match. I mean, would you agree with that?
I would certainly agree. And Bortnyk, we have Alexander on screen right now. I mean, his shirt is hypnotizing. His play even more so. But if I'm Fabi, I'm not looking at the Zoom camera because I may get lost in a trance. And Bortnyk, he is Bortnyk strong. And Danny Wrench, he coined that phrase about the number one dad, according to his mug, in the world. But Bortnyk, he was a finalist against Hikaru Nakamura in the earliest of these tournaments. So he's really good. He's 3250, Simon. 3250 bullet rating on chess.com.
Yeah, it's another insane number. I mean, anything over 3,000 I look at in awe. And, to get this rating of so high, over 3,000, you just have to be a tremendous player. But I'm very excited about these first matches, Robert. I mean, we're going to be straight in at the deep end. And I think there's going to be some close stuff to start us off today with.
Yeah, I hope you brought your goggles because we're going to be swimming in the bullet. It's a quadruple header today. We start with these 2 matches. We will have Magnus Carlsen playing later in the day, Hikaru Nakamura, Nishigiri, you name them, they're likely in this field. But we start with the matches of Firouzja and Denis Lazavik and Fabiano Caruana and Alexander Bortnyk. So let's dive right into it. The players, I mean, they have to be set. They have to be steady because this is 30 minutes of bullet chess, no breaks. And Simon, you get off to a bad start. You tilt a little bit in the first 2 games. You do have some time to come back because this is a win-by-2 format. Let's not forget that.
Yeah, that's right. So they just got to get the highest score in the time given, after 30 minutes. But with any kind of blitz, including bullet, I think form is so important, and you don't want to get in that downward spiral because you can get a little bit depressed. You can get a bit pessimistic about your play. I feel that starting strong is so important, and I think they're ready to kick off, right?
They just about are.
Have some moves.
Yeah, they're about to begin these matches. Really excited about them. It's a double elimination format, so even if they lose their match today, they're back tomorrow in the losers bracket. And as we said, it's win by 2. So if you're down, let's say, about 12-11 as time expires, the match continues because it's win by 2 in bullet chess. That feels more fair. You need to prove that you are winning this match by a margin that's more than 1. So let's dive right into the games when we can because the players have lifted off.
Yes, that's right. And they seem to have kicked off with the first game straight away. And I think it's getting the right pace as well, Robert, at the start. You need to just get in the vibe. You need to get that pace for the rest of your time here. And what do we reckon of the game between Alexandra and Fabiano here? It looks fairly even at the moment.
Yeah, we will bring these games up on screen for everybody in a second, but the games are getting underway. It's the first game. Don't worry, everybody. 30 minutes of bullet chess. The players, they'll be playing quite a lot. And as we see, we have Fabiano with the black pieces against Bortnyk and Firouzja with the white pieces against Denis Lazavik. Firouzja and Denis Lazavik on the left, and you can see the players on the right. Why is Bortnyk down so much time? That's my first question.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. It was either very powerful. I mean, also looking at the position, you can see the white king is very weak there as well. Look at those dark squares around it. This could be a great start for Fabiano if he can take this first game.
Yeah, he's in great position on the right side of our screens here. Oh, he just dropped an important pawn. Oh, did you see that pre-move by Bortnyk? He drops his queen.
Oh, wow. It was all down to the clock, though, that first one. So Fabiano with first blood, and they're off again straight away with the second game. And a bit of a double fianchetto position we have here.
And look at the difference in this match, these 2 matches. On the left side, we had a peaceful draw. On the right side, we had Fabiano with the advantage before Bortnyk dropped his queen in immense time trouble. So we'll see if Bortnyk can rebound. There is no increment here, Simon. As I look to the left-hand side of the screen, I mean, I like where Denis Lazavik's pieces are, but the engine doesn't seem as bothered as I am.
Yes, it looks like, that extra material over the left-hand side of the screen might be favouring Alireza, and going over to Fabiano's game. Fabiano must have a bit of a better position here with that strong pawn in the centre of the board. But Black getting counterplay now on the open file.
Yeah, and we see that in this game between Firouzja and Lazavik, the advantage is getting sky high for Denis Lazavik. This teenager, you mentioned it in the Champions Chess Tour event, the Aimchess Rapid, he won Division 2. He didn't lose a single game to Sam Sevian. He drew like 13 in a row, and right now with the white pieces, Simon, it looks like he's dominating because that rook on e7, the king on g8, his pieces are not in good position.
Yeah, I totally agree there. And it's all about king safety, I think, in bullet chess. This is one thing that becomes much more important. If you get the initiative, if you get the attack, it's going to be very hard to defend. And look at the tactics where, oh my words, he missed it. No, he missed his king was on the h-file.
Oh, it backfires. You know when you spot something, you're like, oh, my opponent didn't see that, and the joke is on you. He took that pawn on h7 trying to distract the rook from its defense of the queen, but Simon, he walked right into a deadly pin.
Yeah, that is the kind of stuff that only happens in bullet chess, right? You're trying to move quickly, you don't have time to double check, you just got to go with your instinct, and that's what makes it so exciting. And that gives a bit of a lead to Alireza, and things could turn very quickly, just like we saw there.
turned in a hurry, and it's unfortunate for Lazavik, but he still has time to recover. And that may tell a tale, Simon, because look at this position. That e6 pawn is dropping. That's a fork, and it looks like Alireza, he was fortunate to win that previous game. He was also down the clock. Now here in game 3, he's just up a clean exchange.
Yes, that does just seem to be a very good position, and this is the problem, is it? Once you lose one bad game, you can get a bit psychologically disturbed, and you can start doubting yourself, and you've got to avoid this. As against someone as strong as Alireza as well, who's not going to be very forgiving. He's just going to try to destroy you. And okay, we see here it's now a 2-pawn advantage. The queen and the rook of whites are controlling the centre of the board. Black is trying to get his rook into the game. But this is a wise choice, I feel, just trying to exchange those rooks off there. Looking good for white again?
Yeah, it looks great for white. Now he is up a couple pawns, and he stopped any sort of initial checkmating attacks. So it looks like everything under control, except for the clock. This is what happens in bullet chess. Lazavik is actually ahead on time.
Yeah, it's very important, this clock. And we're looking... He's so quick, isn't he, actually? I didn't realise how quick. I guess it's with youth. The younger you are, the quicker you are. He grabs another pawn there, and he's just got to push the A pawn now. This is the only thing. Oh, this should be a win for white.
Yeah, because now you can pre-move it out. You saw that he went queen c3. He meant to take that pawn on c2, and unfortunately that allowed a queen trade. That gives Alireza a win. And Alireza, 2021 champion, he needs little introduction to the broader chess world. And so why don't we head on over to the other match now that Alireza has jumped up to a 2-point lead. It's not over. Denis Lazavik can mount a comeback here, but we see that Caruana, he is now down a point against Bortnyk. Caruana gets game 1, but Simon, he needs this one.
Yes, he does. I mean, you can't get too far behind. And looking at the position, they're both now 20 seconds or under, but white has my favourite pawn here, Robert. And we all know how strong that pawn can be. Harry the H-pawn, that must be a queen. And, he's won the queen as well. What happened there?
Did you see that?
Oh, my words.
He was winning, and he took on c6 because he probably thought it was some kind of check, but the king was on f8. So Fabiano, he inverted his move order, Simon. If he took on c6 first, that would have been a check. He would have won that game. But that was just a mistake that cannot happen in bullet.
Yeah, you can't do that. You can't blunder like that, and this is a very bad start. Another thing that I think is quite worrying, Robert, I've just been looking at the openings of Alexandra, and as white, he's playing the Jabava London system, one of my favourite openings, and he seems to be getting very good positions out of the opening straight away. And when you're playing bullet chess, if you can get nice, easy positions to play, as white seems to have here, nice central control, look at the H-pawn, cramping black's king, it makes things very difficult for your opponent. So Fabiano, normally a strong opening player, but maybe not the case at the moment.
No, I mean, Fabiano, he knows he has his work cut out for him. He knows that in time scrambles that Bortnyk will be the favorite. But Fabi has had good positions, and that's what the stronger players can count on, is maybe obtaining an advantage in the early going of the games. But then when it comes to scrambles, you need to be able to keep pace. That's why I mentioned Nishigiri. He's somebody who can do it all. Fabiano, it seems like he struggles when under the rest of the clock.
Yeah. Yes, I mean, when you get to that 20-second mark and under, it just becomes a different game. That's where I kind of freak out, Robert. You know, if I get under 20 seconds, I just start shaking. I just can't move the pieces. And what's happening on the board? Well, now black is a pawn up. So Fabiano again with a good position. Can he convert this one?
Fabi has the black pieces in this game. Sorry, I was looking at it from the white side. He is doing extremely well. And watch out for some perpetual checks. No, he's got everything covered, Simon. He should be able... Whoa. Wait, Bortnyk just gives up a rook. Well, why is the rook going to d3 and not c3?
Oh, just a big, big blunder there. And they have an equal ending. But look at the clock. You just got to keep your eyes on the clock. And I like what Fabiano is doing. He's just moving his king backwards and forwards. It's going to come down to the clock now, Robert.
Yeah, queen at 4 checks, apparently a losing move, but who cares? I guess Bortnyk cares. He's going to win this on the board, potentially?
Oh, wow.
Unbelievable.
He does. He wins. He actually wins on time. But that was absolute chaos there. And we see now that Fabiano, he's starting to drift a little bit here.
Yeah, and we see GM Naroditsky in the chat. Welcome, Danya, saying, "Is this what awaits me in 40 minutes? Yeah, it's going to be chaos, and you better be ready, Danya. Go eat something. Come on, get yourself hyped for these matches."
Yeah, we're all going to be very excited to see Daniel play. One of the fastest players around. But how do you prepare for something like this? I mean, I'm having coffee at the moment, Robert. I imagine a lot of strong coffee might help, or something a bit more chilled out to calm you down.
I don't play that much Bullet, so I do not have all the answers, Simon. But what I know, this I can say for sure, is Bortnyk is an absolute beast. I mean, he is up 4-1 on Fabiano Caruana. Fabi, he may not be known for his skills and the quickest of time controls, but last year, just 1 year ago, he took Andrew Tang down the wire. Tang only beat him by 1 point as Tang went on to become the runner-up of this event. But in this position right now, Simon, I do like it for Fabi. I mean, there are threats against the Black King. The White King is safer, which is super important in bullet chess. And look at the clock. Fabi well ahead.
Yeah, I'm agreeing, and this could be the way the match is going, right? A little bit, Robert. That Fabiano is getting good positions. I mean, this is a really, really strong position. You're a pawn up. Your rook is dominating board. Look at the White King running into Black's structure, but you've got to convert it. And you're also up by 13 seconds. Fabi needs to win this game, right? He must win this game.
Yeah, this one he has. I think Bortnyk wants to resign, but there's that match clock element, Simon. So how early do you go for overall match strategy where you just don't resign to waste time off the clock?
Yeah, it's an interesting strategy because they do have a set amount of time, and if you're up on time, you might as well let your clock tick down. And I also like, again, the openings that Bortnyk is playing. I mean, of course, he's pushing the H-pawn. How can I not like that? But I think aggression, being the attacker, is the way to play in this time limit. Look at that H-file. I would be terrified here in this position, Robert. If a queen just lands next to the Black King, it's going to be checkmate. This is scary. Very scary.
I'm scared as well. The one thing that's maybe even scarier in this position is Fabiano Caruana's extensive preparation. The eval bar is not too phased, right? Saying it's slightly better for White, but nothing major. Black is up a pawn, and White's king is still in the center, so that gives Fabi chances. We just want to update everybody in the other match as well. Alireza currently running away with it. He's up 4.5 to half and look like he's about to win another game. So we'll keep our eyes on both these matches. But Simon, castling queenside, and suddenly Black is almost winning.
Well, I mean, it's a complete mess. The computer might say this is winning, but I would be
He just rook h8 check. Did you see that? When he went queen f7, there was rook h8 check. One of those sick rook sacrifices to win the queen.
Ooh, lovely idea there, Robert. And now, Black, with this lovely knight retreat, is winning more material. So, Fabiano, is he getting a bit of a run going here?
It looks like it, but he has to be worried because knight takes h5, queen c5 was checked. So he throws knight d3 in first. He says, you know what? I'm going to keep my king as safe as possible. But is his king actually safe along the f-file?
This is a complete mess. And again, White has the initiative. Black is a piece up, but look at the Black King there. And White just covering his second rank. Any result possible, but White's first rank very weak. And the queens are off. This is looking so good for Fabi. But the clock is important. There goes a piece.
Watch out for rook d1 mate, but rook on d8 was hanging. So he had to go for this order. And look at the clock. Is Fabi going to win on time?
Well, that would be a first if he won on time. Can he do it? He has.
He did it!
He's won on time. Great result for Fabi.
Did you see Bortnyk? He grabbed his mouse. Yeah. We've all done that, Simon. How many times have you been like, come on, mouse, why don't you move faster?
We all like blaming our losses on something else apart from our rubbish play, don't we? I'm an expert at that. It could be the mouse, it could be the computer, it could be something. But that means 2 games in a row for Fabi. So he's well in this match at the moment. Only 1 point in it.
Yeah, when he was down 4-1, I almost wrote him off. I was going to be like, Bortnyk has this in the bag. But this is what happens when these super gyms play. When they start feeling it, when they get in the rhythm, that's when it gets dangerous for their opponents. And speaking of rhythm, look at that knight on a5 for Fabi into c6. Ouch.
Right into Black's guts there. And I don't know, though. Can Black grab that pawn? The evaluation bar does not like it. And there we go. Black's pieces are just in too much trouble over there. And bishop f1 is another idea. Trying to trap the Black Queen nearly. Rook c3. Does that trap the Queen? This could be another win for Fabiano here.
He can just take a knight on c7. Yeah, look at this. Yeah. I mean, what lovely play from Fabi. I mean, this is surprising because he was down a lot. Sometimes players get tilted. But Fabi has proven that he is improving as a speed chess player.
He is. He's getting better and better. He's got the extra piece here. And as long as he stays up on the clock, which he's doing a very good job of, he doesn't need to do anything else really. Just exchange pieces off. You can exchange the queen, get your pieces into the position, and you should win this game to go 4-all. And I like the way he's playing this, Robert. The rook now coming into the structure.
Yeah, this is pretty nice play from Fabi. I mean, he's so active here. Queen takes d6, spotting tactics, and rook e7 to follow.
Beautiful tactics. It's going to be checkmate now because the white rook is going to come into the position. So it's 4-all. And this is a 3 games in a row, White. Amazing stuff from Fabi.
I don't think I've ever seen Bortnyk lose 3 bullet games in a row. Like, the guy is just a beast.
Robert, I'm sorry to jump into this position. I know this position well, and this is a standard trick in the Jabava London. I know this trick. How can Fabi, one of the best players in the world, be falling for this? You take the bishop, you go g5, black is lost. I really don't understand some of his opening play. It's very, very surprising.
And he brought king to f7. He should have brought his queen e7 probably, but this is bad. And you know what, Simon? I guess it pays to do these courses because I know Bortnyk and Dunn did a course together on the Jabal London. So it's clearly paying dividends with black's king on e7. This looks like, honestly, I hate to say it, but it looks like a newcomer is playing with the black pieces here.
It's actually quite a standard trick, and it's some trick that a lot of players should know, but this might be just a bit of bad preparation for Fabiano, because I know that Bortnyk plays this opening all the time, so why not have something prepared against it? And he's dropped his role from losing that game, so he needs to bounce back with the white pieces to even the score now.
And it's one of those things, right, where you're winning a bunch of games in a row, not saying he felt invincible, but you just think that, hey, I got this, and then suddenly you're hit with a punch right across the face, and you're like, oh, okay, maybe I was just stunned there for a moment. Can he bounce back is the essential question.
Yeah, and he's a pawn down now, black dominating on the king side, using the h-pawn to cause some more ideas over there. But look at black's pieces, that black knight right in the center, very nice piece. The black rooks also looking good, and it's an extra pawn, so looking very, very good for Alexandra in this game. And if I was white, I'd maybe try to get the queens off here, but does black have a big shot here? It's a kind of position there might be a tactic.
Yeah, I'm looking for one. Knight e5. There it is. If knight takes rook takes e1, he nets an exchange here.
Yeah, and this is a big move here. Not surprising. Black's position was so good, and Fabiano just resigned. So in the space, within a blink of an eye, he's lost 2 games. But this is a really bad variation for black. This is losing for black. This opening. I've looked at this, and black is just completely lost. And I don't know what Fabiano's doing. Okay, he's kind of survived it, but the initiative that white has is phenomenal in these structures, Robert. Very strange play in the opening.
As you said, it's just over. Look at this. Just dominating down the H-file. He barrels down. He's winning the H-pawn, and that's just checkmate for the black king. So, Simon, I think you were correct to call it out. Sometimes I know we get a little harsh, especially in speed chess. The players, they're making decisions at lightning speed. But look at that king on E5. That's checkmated up there. It's not king of the hill. He lost this game.
I mean, you don't often see such a strong player's king get in so much trouble like that, right? And I think if Fabiano is going to have any chance in this match, he needs to find a solution to the Jabava London. I mean, it's not working, whatever he's doing so far. But he's got the white pieces now. Another important game because the flow is going against him in the last couple of games here.
Huge credit to Alexander Bortnyk. So many people would tilt this match away when they lose 3 games in a row. They'd be frustrated. They're supposed to be the stronger player. But Bortnyk, he was able to right the ship. And now he's playing solid chess. He's the faster player, Simon. So I think games that go like this and go longer where there are no weaknesses in his position, he can just flag Fabiano.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think he just keeps doing what he can do with the white pieces, right? Because he's causing a lot of troubles. And with the black pieces, just try to be solid and make the games last as long as possible. Use that, the clever game analogy you mentioned earlier, Robert. And in this position, I'm trying to work out which colour I prefer. And I quite like white's king here. I mean, that white king has potential to infiltrate into black's position. But black now gaining momentum on the king side with this pawn storm over there. So pretty balanced, I'd say.
Yeah, and I think for Fabi, he should have just brought his king forward. Even if objectively there were some issues, you need to play with confidence. Look, his king went back to b3, then back to c4, then now back to d3. I think he just isn't moving in the correct direction, and he's burning time. So Bortnyk playing more confidently, playing great chess, but b4 was a good strike.
That's right. He's now got a very dangerous passed A pawn, but he's spending a lot of time getting this position. You need to get the A pawn storming up the board, but he's lost the A pawn. That is a big loss. That was his one big trump there in the position, Robert.
And speaking of storming past pawns, here comes... Oh, C7 just dropped. That's not a pawn you want to lose if you're Bortnyk. But look at the clock. Bortnyk is slightly ahead. He is faster. But White is currently winning, especially when he drops all his pieces. Pre-move. You got to pre-move.
Oh, that is a very painful loss there. I mean, Fabiano doing really well, but losing on time. And okay, this is what Black should be playing. H5. Stop that attack as soon as you can. But the score, is there any way back from this, Robert? The score is it's 8-4. He needs to strike soon, right?
Yeah, he needs to strike now, and then now again, and then again after that. You're running out of time with just 10 minutes and 20 seconds on the match clock. You cannot afford another loss. And the reason we're focused on this match, we know two are going on at the same time. Alireza is currently up 8-2. So that match, maybe I think it just went to 9-2 after the latest game. So Alireza running away with his match, an absolute demolition from the 2021 Bullet Chess champion.
Yeah, I mean, again, when these guys get on a roll, they can just destroy, and they're just gaining confidence, and that's something you've got to try and disrupt somehow. Now, this position on the board seems actually fairly unbalanced. I mean, I love opposite side casting. I love a good attacking game. As I think you do, Robert. You love your tactics and checkmates, which you've done to me far too often in Title Tuesdays. Stop doing that, please.
My apologies, Simon. Here we're teammates, but sometimes even teammates must be competitors. And look at Bortnyk just throw everything but the kitchen sink against Fabiano's king. But where are White's pieces? Like Queen F5, Queen H7, that's the one idea. But the knight safely retreated to F6, and there's nothing to it.
No, this is very nice play from Fabiano, but White, oh dear. White striking back.
Oh,
and it's getting complicated again. But again, it comes down to the clock, I think, right? It doesn't matter. I mean, Black's doing very well on the board, but the time. And it seems like Bortnyk is just a little bit quicker.
Oh, he's a lot a bit quicker. But right now, Fabi has an extra rook in this position. He stops the bishop f6 checkmate, but he's just moving too slowly, too gingerly, and he is probably going to lose on time.
Well, ginger's not always a bad thing, let me just say. Ginger can be a positive move as well. But look at that, you are right. He's just a little bit too slow, I think, to take this match, It's just a couple of seconds always in Alexandra's side, which is determining this match so far.
Okay, well, Bortnyk now up by 5. I think that's not enough time remaining for Fabi to really get this comeback. You get the game. If there's 1 second left on the match clock, the next game commences. But I think that we see Bortnyk is in control. So why don't we go back to see how our other match is doing, just because if it's going to be runaway victories for the better seeds, Bortnyk and Firouzja, we want to tune in to see a potential matchup between these guys, right? Like we know that Firouzja is a monster. We know Bortnyk's a monster. But when they play each other, we don't know what's going to happen. So let's try to give the audience the spectacle that is Alireza Firouzja's Bullet Chess.
Yeah, and I mean, Firouzja is just such a great player to watch as well. I love the way he attacks in nearly all of his games. He just goes forwards, full steam ahead, always. And when he's in the right vibe, he's so scary. And this position, well, Queen comes over, and can you stop checkmate now? Look at those dark squares. I mean, just a major threat. And this is a standard idea. If you move the pawn forward, the queen will now sneak into that important square on g7, and there's nothing to be done here at all. Just a very standard checkmate pattern there.
I want to quickly note that Denis Lazavik has recently hit his all-time bullet high of 3151. You see it on the screen. This is no slouch. This is not a pushover, but Alireza Firouzja is that good. He is just running away with this match, dominating it. 10.5, 2.5. Simon, we knew he was the favorite coming in, but this is a stellar performance from Firouzja.
Yeah, totally agree. I mean, he's on fire at the moment, and he's got this match in the bag now, and playing very good chess. But I don't know how it's possible, really to play so well at this time limit. I mean, do you have any tips, Robert? And what should these guys be doing to be winning this event.
If I had all the answers, I'd probably be in this competition. So maybe we'll have to ask Danya the next time we commentate with him. But I think there are certain things that the players have to do. One is they have to have their openings like clockwork. They just need to be able to play their repertoire, even if it's a bit dubious. Sometimes we've seen Bortnyk play openings that at the classical level don't do so well, but in Bullet, people are going to make mistakes. They're not going to play a perfect game, so you can play suspicious lines. You also have to trust yourself in time trouble, and that might mean just moving. It doesn't matter if it's a good move. You just have to throw moves on the board, because we've seen that perfect is the enemy of the good in Bullet chess. You start looking for the absolute perfect 8-move sequence, you may not have time to execute it. So we'll look at this game, by the way, from Denis Lazavik. He just checkmated Firouzja on the back rank. A very well-played game from him. He's getting a few points there. But yeah, I think those are some of the important tips to use. And of course, pre-moving. You don't want to do it too early, because Simon, how many games have you played where you pre-move thinking that your opponent's just going to capture your piece, and they're going to make some other move and they do something different, and now you just blunder the game away?
I have to confess, I'm not even sure I've mastered the pre-move scenario. I mean, whenever I play Bullet chess, it is just so hard to get your timing right, because you can't pre-move all the time, but you must at certain points. So there's a real skill that's not just chess, and even just little things like having the right mouse, is important. The speed you move the pieces. I mean, all of these guys are going to be making sure they got the right setup. And it was nice to see Denis win that last game. I mean, he's clearly a really good talent, and we're going to have a lot more. And look at that move, though. That is, again, just so quickly spotting a tactic there.
Yeah, that was a cruncher from Firouzja. First, he took the G-pawn, then the E-pawn, and now rook takes F6. That is 3 sacrifices in a row that all work out for white.
Incredible. And he's got, how many pawns has he got now? 5 extra pawns. That you can't get, just stop being so greedy. You don't need any more. That's enough, And I love the way he's just moving them down rather sadistically, like Space Invaders, into Black's position there. It's, maybe it's time to just resign.
Yeah, I think that's one. Yeah. If you had it on your bingo card that Simon would only say just resign a single time in the first match of the day, and it seems like you're correct. But Simon, that was brutal.
It was really brutal. I mean, just the speed at spotting these tactics. I mean, I think another thing that will help your chess if you're watching this, if you like Bullet, is to, you got to try puzzles. You've got to get good at tactics. So puzzle rush is there. Practice. It's a great way of doing it.
And I saw that. So I saw that chat there. When Alireza is like this, there's nothing you can do. I think the only thing you can do is become Magnus or Hikaru, because when Firouzja is on form, they're probably the only 2 players on the planet that can stop him.
I mean, but that's going to be so mouth-watering, Robert, if we get a matchup with these guys. And, I mean, what about Hikaru versus Magnus? Can we get that? I mean, everyone, you've got to stay tuned. Magnus Carlsen, he's going to want to win this so badly, and Hikaru's not going to want him to win this. Let's just put it that way. So I'm just really hoping we're going to see that match. That'll be legendary, I feel, is the only right word.
Yeah, I think sometimes in sports that is overused, but here it's perfect, because we have not seen Magnus Carlsen take part in the Bullet Chess Championship, and it's not a foregone conclusion that we will have Magnus versus Hikaru. It's double elimination, so that could even happen in the loser's bracket. I mean, think about this. Why would Hikaru be a shoo-in when there's a Firouzja in the field? There's a Tang, a Naroditsky. I mean, there are no gimmies. Some of these matches in the early going, they will be one-sided just because Bortnyk and Firouzja are that much stronger than Denis Lazavik and Caruana in Bullet Chess. But I think that, Simon, throughout this competition, and not just throughout the competition, throughout today, let's not forget we have a quadruple header of matches today. We are going to see some entertaining Bullet Chess and perhaps some upsets.
Yes. Totally right, Robert. And you can see the counter now for this first segment. And in this first segment, it does seem like there's only about a minute left or so, 2 minutes. And, I think we know who the winner is going to be. But our next match, very exciting as well. I mean, every single match of the day is just going to be a mouth-watering prospect. And, if we're looking at the actual chess, not really too many surprises. I guess we were maybe hoping Fabiano would have done more, but he was playing good chess, Robert. It was just the clock, right? He was just a little bit too slow, I think. Fair to say, right?
Oh, very fair to say. And actually, as you were talking, I saw off to the side that he lost a game he was winning because he blundered a back rank checkmate. So this is what happens in Bullet. You get frustrated. You're trying to move quickly, but then I said perfect is the enemy of the good, but the moves still need to be good, because if they're bad, you may just lose on the spot to a knight fork, to a mate, and I think that we've seen that in these matches. So we probably just have this final game to go. We see Firouzja up 10, Bortnyk up 8. These have been pretty one-sided affairs, and for Lazavik, for Fabiano, they have a chance tomorrow in the losers bracket. It's a double elimination format, but as we see from Arkady there, different levels to these players, and it's no slight at the players who are not as experienced or as strong. It's just Bortnyk and Firouzja are that good.
Yeah, they're just incredible. I mean, every time I watch these guys, we're both grandmasters. We get impressed by people, but at this speed, the things they are spotting is just it's really very hard to comprehend sometimes. And they're coming to the end now, we can see. And I don't think, how disappointed do you think the two losers will be after this match?
Yeah, it's hard to be disappointed when you're losing to the caliber of player they're facing. But I think for Fabiano, he actually had a chance in the match. He tied the score, and then he lost that game because he didn't know the Jabal of London. So I think that's where the frustration sets in. I think he knew he was the underdog. Bortnyk is just a better bullet player than he is. But when you have chances, you need to make the most of them. And I mean, this final game on the right-hand side of our screen here, look at Fabiano. He's playing a great game of bullet chess. He's also down to 7 seconds, so maybe he'll lose on time. But right now, he is dominating.
I think that's kind of been the story of the day, really, for Fabiano. I mean, when he's gone out the opening, unfortunately, he wasn't getting out of the Jabava London, as you mentioned. Whoever plays Bortnyk in the future, make sure you've got something planned against this Jabava London, because he's going to play it. He's going to play it more and more. And we've now come to the end of our first two matches.
Yes, Bortnyk wins 14-5, and Alireza Firouzja, look at that checkmate. The king is on F3. He wins another. The champions of their first round matchups, Firouzja and Bortnyk, advancing to winners round 2. And for Firouzja, it was just dominance from the start.
Yeah, he was just, throughout that match, just the better player, spotting tactics quicker and just putting pressure on his young opponent there. And, Dennis is in great form as well, so very dominating performance.
Yes, so Firouzja and Bortnyk, they move on to the winners bracket second round. And then for Lazavik and Fabiano, they're still alive in the competition. This is double elimination. They will face each other in the losers bracket. So that's all that's happened thus far. I mean, it's been a very, very exhilarating 30 minutes of bullet chess, Simon. And from what you've seen thus far, I know we haven't seen Magnus or Hikaru today, but were you particularly surprised or impressed by Bortnyk or Firouzja, or is it just par for the course at this point?
I was very impressed. I mean, just forget how good these players are. I mean, to destroy, let's say the right words, to destroy someone as strong as Fabiano by that scoreline is phenomenal. I mean, Fabiano was getting chances, but he was just a little bit too slow, and maybe some holes in his openings being shown as well, which is the first time I've ever seen holes in Fabiano's openings. I've never seen that before, Robert.
No, it's a really good point that he was being caught in opening traps, openings he doesn't see in classical chess, and that's the beauty of Bullet, that you can get away with some shaky openings that you would not play in longer time controls. But our bracket is being set. We know that Firouzja and Bortnyk move on in the winners bracket, and then we see all the way in the bottom left of your screen, Denis Lazavik, Fabiano Caruana, they will square off tomorrow. So the winners of these matches, they face each other. The losers, they will square off as well. But Firouzja and Bortnyk, after what we just saw, Simon, I think that is going to be epic.
Wow. I mean, what a match that's going to be. I mean, I really don't know who to pick. I mean, Firouzja is phenomenal, but Bortnyk has these tricky openings, and the speed that he plays is just another, as we say in England, it's different gravy. So, yeah.
Well, that was like a roast dinner there. I mean, they were feasting on their opponents, were Firouzja and Bortnyk. And Firouzja happens to have that great mesh of classical chess success, and growing up online, playing in all these chess.com events since he was a child. And so he is proven to be a worthy competitor at the top. So we're going to head on over for a break. There are 6 more matches, but 2 matches at a time, so 3 more of these sessions to go. You do not go anywhere. You will not want to miss the action from the 2023 Bullet Chess Championship.
Explorer, and table bases. Find all the key event information, including schedules, prizes, results, news reports, player bios, tie breaks, and more. Even compete by voting for your predicted results. Explore chess.com/events today on web or with our iOS and Android apps and experience chess like never before.
Chess Kid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. Chess Kid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. Chess Kid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. Chess Kid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. Chess Kid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
And we are delighted to be joined by Super Grandmaster Alireza Firouzja, one of the best players on the planet and one of the best bullet players and a former bullet chess champion. So Alireza, first of all, congratulations. How did that feel, winning by that kind of margin?
The pairings, but after I searched about him a bit, he's a very talented player, of course. He's a great bullet player, as I understand, but I'm sure today he couldn't perform at his best. So that was lucky for me, I guess.
It looked like a very good performance there, Alireza, and you're facing Bortnyk in the next match. Do you have any feelings about that match? Have you played him many times before?
Yeah, I played against him thousands of games before, of course, but he's a bullet monster, as everybody knows. He's all the time playing bullet on leeches and chess.com and everywhere, and I think I have good chances against him. I think overall I have a good score against him, but it will be a very close match, I believe, and I will try to prepare for that.
Well, that's an interesting word you just used, Alireza, prepare. So I guess how does someone prepare for bullet? I think a lot of people in the audience, they play it, but they just are making moves. How do you actually improve at the game?
I try normally to solve some puzzle storms, like these kind of quick puzzles before, just to switch on the brain and turn on the brain, and after maybe sometimes some openings, for instance against a specific player. Today I didn't prepare about the openings, but for instance sometimes maybe against Hikaru or some other guys that I really know, and I like Naroditsky, that I played 1,000 games and we play specific openings. I prepare a bit, but generally you have to be in a good shape and you have to be sharp before the match starts. That's the most important thing.
And you mentioned obviously the chess skills. Is it very important to have a special mouse? Because whenever I'm playing, I always blame things on my mouse. It's too slow. But do you have a special gaming mouse or anything like that?
Yeah, I have a mouse that is I'm very comfortable with. I'm playing it from when I was 10. So, but
wow. I
don't think that's the most important thing. But okay, it helps if you have a pro mouse, gaming pro mouse. So, but that's not a game changer. I think Hikaru will still beat everyone with touchpads.
Probably better to still play good chess. So.
Yeah.
Wow. So to clarify, you say you've had the same mouse since you were 10? Literally the same exact
No,
mouse.
I have the same model. I buy it every time. I don't have the same mouse for 10 years now.
I was about to be even more impressed with what we just saw, but that's a dedication to the mouse, but also dedication to the game. Alireza, we're going to let you go, but seriously, amazing performance here in the first round. We're so excited to see you back tomorrow against Bortnyk.
Thank you, guys.
And that was Super Grandmaster Alireza Firouzja. Let's not forget the 2021 Bullet Chess Champion, in addition to all of his other accomplishments in the chess world. He takes on Bortnyk. Simon showed a lot of respect for Alexander. He said, this guy is a monster, and we played thousands of games against each other.
Yeah, it must be really hard, when you've played so many games against one guy, and thousands of games. I mean, this is quite a new thing that you get in the chess world. Obviously, you go back 10, 20 years, you wouldn't have played 1,000 games against the same player. So you get a really good feeling for the way they play, what they're good at, what they're bad at, and you obviously try to target that area. But that's going to be one hell of a match, I think, coming up there.
Well, you said target their weaknesses. I would be so curious what people target when they're playing Alireza or Magnus or Hikaru in bullet chess, because I don't know what their weaknesses are. And Alireza surely didn't show any today.
Yeah, I mean, if you'd ask me what are their weaknesses, what should you target, I would have no idea, because whenever I watch them, they're just too good. I mean, you could say obviously against some players, they're a bit slow. You should target the time, maybe certain openings you go for, maybe try to get into the ending. There's certain things that you can aim for, but it takes a lot of skill to know what to aim for.
Yeah, and I love the nod to Hikaru, giving him that respect, saying he could beat most of us on a touchpad. I've actually seen Hikaru do that. You're typing in moves back on ICC days. So Hikaru, a beast, the number 1 seed for a reason. But he's not up just yet. You'll have to wait till the end of the day to see Hikaru Nakamura take on Amino Hanyan. But you will be happy about the players who are about to face off in their winners bracket round 1 matchups. Daniel Naroditsky against David Paravyan. Andrew Tang against Dmitry Andreikin. Simon, what do you make of these 2 matchups?
I'm really excited about these matchups. I mean, I know Danya has a big fan club out there. I mean, come on. If you're on Twitch now and you like Danya, put your hands in the air like you don't care. Let's hear it for the great man. And so that one is going to be fantastic. I mean, Danya is a bit of a legend, isn't he, Robert?
He isn't. You're going to be fascinated to hear this. I tried to do some research before the matches. Guess how many times Danya and Paravyan have played against each other in bullet chess on chess.com?
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, let me go for around 1,000.
The answer is 1. They've only played 1 game against each other on chess. I was shocked. Like, it didn't make any sense, but they just played in a bullet brawl 1 time. How was that possible?
That is shocking. You would have thought they would have played loads of times. I mean, they're both obviously great blitz players, and they're fighting for prize money on chess.com a lot. So you would imagine they'd play a lot of times, right? We're going to find out what style suits very soon.
Yes, and Daniel Naroditsky, as you mentioned, he is a fan favorite. Everybody should know his name. It should be household at this point. The Sensei, the Prophet, the Danya, 3553 peak bullet rating. He was 3rd place in the last 3 Bullet Chess Championships, over 60 million views on YouTube, and the commentator of the year, according to the 2022 Chess.com voters. So, Simon, I mean, his accomplishments, they are many. But look at him. He looks pretty chill for someone who's about to play Bullet.
Daniel's always pretty chilled, I guess. You know what I mean? Like, he seems pretty chilled to me. Maybe he's going completely, like, insane on the inside. But on the outside, he always has a very calm demeanor, which certainly helps. But don't let that fool you for his calculation speed. He's incredible at calculating. But we also have some other great matchups as well coming up now.
Yeah, we do. I mean, Danya, great calculator. Speaking of that type of player, Andrew Tang, does that name ring a bell? Penguin GM to the masses. He is a 2-time runner-up in the BCC. Over 3 million views on YouTube. He is not as frequent a content creator as some of the others. He recently graduated from Princeton University. That's part of the reason why he has not been online as much. But we also know, Simon, that he plays Hyper Bullet with about 10 seconds on his clock, blindfolded. There are many clips out there that the fans should watch.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Robert, but this Hyper Bullet, I mean, this is just like, this should come with a health warning, right? I mean, I think someone's coined bullet chess as the crack cocaine of the chess world. I don't know what that makes Hyper Bullet. It makes it very unhealthy, and you've got to be a little bit insane to play with 10 seconds on the clock. I mean, that is just mind-blowing, completely mind-blowing. But yeah, Andrew, he's a bit of a legend online, just the speed that he can move. But obviously, his opponent is also a bit of a legend as well.
Oh, he certainly is, because Andrew Tang is going to be the favorite in his matchup, but he's taking on a super grandmaster. Somebody who should not be overlooked in this field is Dmitry Andreikin. He made it to the top 8 of the global championship a year ago. That was in rapid chess. He has won Title Tuesdays. I mean, he's just been up there in pretty much every competition, including classical chess, when he made the candidates in, I believe that was 2016, if my memory serves me correctly, by doing very well in the World Cup. So Dmitry Andreikin, he is a star. He's been on the scene for a while, but he's often a player, I feel like, that flies under the radar, Simon, and maybe it's because he doesn't play so many classical events.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of players like this who are, very talented. Dmitry, incredibly talented, incredibly strong. But I totally agree. He doesn't maybe get the accolades that some of the other players do. I think he prefers to play online, or he plays lots of events online. I mean, he regularly is up there winning events and doing very well. And he doesn't maybe play mainline stuff. He plays a bit more sidelines, but I think he's incredibly suited for some event like this. And he's just a really strong player. I mean, what else can be said? He's one of the best out there.
Yeah, when you win Title Tuesdays, and he's won many of them, that's clear that you are a great speed chess player. Bullet is a different animal, shorter time control, but what Dmitry has going for him is that he's very principled. He's a fantastic, exquisite endgame technique. So for Dmitry Andreikin, you don't want to get down to a time scramble purely against Andrew Tang, but you might want to outplay him when you have about 20 seconds on your clock. So it's going to be very interesting for me to see that matchup. I do think that Danya is a heavy favorite against David Paravyan. I think that's why my focus has been more on Tang versus Andreikin, because I do think that Andreikin has serious chances. And now that I say it, I'm guessing Andrew's going to run away with it.
Yeah, I just think it's going to be a very interesting match. I mean, chess-wise, you would say that Dmitry is the stronger player. There's no offense meant against Andrew there. I love the way Andrew plays, but Andrew is not just a chess player. He's got other things in his life and hasn't got the experience of Dmitry. But Andrew is a very special bullet player, and we're off.
We are off indeed. We see both matches side by side. On the left side, we see Daniel Naroditsky, that's Danya, playing David Paravyan. On the right side, we see Andrew Tang against Andreikin. So early stages here, the first game of the matches. I think I need to calm down, Simon. I'm so excited about these two.
Yeah, I mean, there are some. It's going to be very, very exciting and fascinating to see how these matches get on. I think I'm with you on your general sort of predictions. I do think that Danya is a big favourite. He's just, been number one on chess.com. He's got all that experience. And the other match between Andrew Tang and Dmitry Andreikin, I think, is going to be fascinating, And I'm just looking at the moves that have been played there. And so far, seems fairly even. It's just getting the right rhythm, I think, at the start of this match. You've got to start cracking straight away with the tactics and spotting things immediately, right?
And speaking of tactics and spotting things, look at Danya. He trades rooks, he pushes his pawn, he forces a piece up ending, and the way he's playing this is excellent. But it's a little bit tricky. You see Danya, he's struggling a little bit, and this is why. Watch out for that passed B pawn.
Yeah. And, again, it's getting in the right vibe. That pass B pawn, a little bit dangerous, but I think Danya has it all under control there. He does have the extra bishop, and indeed, he's won that first game to already take a little mini lead in the match. But the other position, very interesting there. We get to an ending, and this is where you thought exactly in this situation where Dmitry might have his biggest advantage, right?
That's exactly these types of positions. Unfortunately for him, he's down a pawn right now. But I'm looking at the clock. Dmitry about level on the clock with Andrew. Let's see if he can keep up that pace.
Yeah, this is going to be a really good test. And it looks like Andrew just blundered a pawn there. And now, if anything, I kind of prefer Black's position. But okay, he blunders a pawn back. This should be a draw. Opposite coloured bishops. They've only got one pawn left. But it rarely is a draw in bullet chess. And there goes a pawn. This is where I would have thought Andrew should be big favourite. He's quick, he's fast, he's tactical, he's astute. Obviously a drawn position here, but he wins on time. That's something that Dmitry's got to avoid, those kind of situations, right?
Exactly that. I don't want him to be in a position where it's locked up and nothing can be done and he's just going to get flagged, because that is what's going to happen time after time. What he needs is to build those little advantages. I think Andrew played a great game. We were following it from the start. We saw the position. I think Andrew was very controlled. He made some mistakes. That's going to happen in bullet, but I think he was never in any danger whatsoever in that first game. But in this second game, it looks like he's in big danger with Black. Wait, what was that?
Yeah, I love that.
He just gave away a piece.
What? Yeah, White might give. I mean, I was wondering where White's compensation was in this position. I mean, the Black King is not castled. White has the open file. White has some dangerous knights. So actually, even though it's a piece down, it's probably easier for White to play, Robert. And look at that knight coming straight into the guts of Black's position. Oh, the White knights are dancing, Robert. They are dancing around now.
It's a really good explanation by you, Simon, that it may objectively be good for Black winning a piece, but easier to play, especially in bullet. Look at the lead in the clock. Like, this position already looks good for White from a chess perspective, but from a bullet perspective, he's up 15 plus seconds with the white pieces on Andreikin. Oh, that's a free piece.
Massive. And you can see that induced a blunder from Andrew there. It's so much easier to attack. Just remember that when you're playing. Try to get the initiative. It counts for a lot in these situations, and we're into the next game. Interesting King's Indian defense here.
Yeah, and I think it's one of my biggest struggles sometimes is sometimes I'm a little too chess focused, and then I have to look at the clock and be like, wait a second, this isn't a classical game, Robert, speed up. This is when I'm playing bullet myself. It's not about having the advantage so much as keeping control, keeping pace. And speaking of pace, look at the blistering start from Tang. He's playing instantly. He's opened up Black's King. Simon, this is exactly what you were calling for.
Yeah, and also I think it was a good call from you, Robert, that this match might be very close. I mean, everything that I've seen so far, there's really not much separating these two players. Black now getting a little bit of counterplay. The rook has dived in, the black queen in it. Oh, we have a tactic there, but I don't see why that works. White material up, and that last move shows that the black king is also very weak. When you lose the bishop around your king, the fianchetto bishop there, your king becomes a real target, and well, Andrew's got everything he wants here.
Oh, rook a3, hitting the queen, but also a rook lift. You just know that rook is going to swing on over to the king's side. So I think Dmitry just straight up blundered when he went rook takes e2. I don't think he realized the knight on d4 could take back like that. But now he's just in trouble. But watch out for knight g4 checks. There is something against that white king.
There is. Maybe there's a knight f5 and you can swing the rook around, something like that. But the white king should be pretty safe. It's got the 2-pawn protection. A wise idea here, trying to get the queens off the board. And white's still completely dominating, and that's the killer tactic, getting rid of the rook.
Yeah, take away all the aggressive pieces. Now white is up a clean exchange. Make that a rook once e4 drops, as it just has. And so it's a win for Andrew Tang, and a nice game, but this feels like a fight.
That was a really good game, wasn't it? That was just a class game there, and it is going to be a fight. Andrew Tang now 1 point up at the moment, and we just have a look how Danya is doing, and the score in that match. I'm just trying to get an update for everyone. Is okay. I think Danya's down on points. Is that right?
Whoa! I know that he got that early win. I think he might be 2.5, 1.5 in that one, so it's close there as well. And so let's when we can go to our scene with both boards at once. I know it's a lot to take in for spectators because moves are happening very quickly, and the evaluation bar is like a seesaw going up and down. But Danya actually is up 2.5, 1.5, and is he up 2 pieces for a rook in this position and like 3 extra pawns? Yes, he is on the left-hand side of the screen.
Yeah, but that match at the moment going a lot closer than we had predicted there, and a little bit worrying for Danya fans. I mean, I think most people predicted that Danya would win that match reasonably easily. Exciting position on the other board as well, with the black king only now getting to some safety.
Yeah, what is happening in that one? It looks... Oh, bishop a6 played by Andreikin and then giving up the e6 pawn. But you keep talking about, Simon, I think it's a really astute point that king safety is so essential in these bullet games. And I'm looking at the clock on the right-hand side. Andreikin, he's about even on time. He's going to need to speed up even if it costs him some of his advantage.
He has to speed up here. And this is where I think Andrew's got the biggest positive results coming when he's in this situation. It just comes down to the clock, and you can see 11 seconds now. Okay, the queens are off the board, but Dmitry has to play quicker. We got another opposite coloured bishop position, and last time this happened, the same situation, Andrew Tang took it, and now he's 1 apiece.
Yeah, he's too fast. And whatever, background checkmate. Oh, he
just
gets
defended
back
in time there.
Yeah, really nicely done by Tang, and he's well ahead in the clock. He is going to flag Andreikin, but don't blunder c7 checkmate. That's the one thing you need to avoid, and he wins on the clock, does Tang.
Yeah, Andrew just too quick at this moment in time, and that's very important. And then the other match, okay, it looks like Daniel does have a bit of a lead on points there, so he's trying to exert his dominance.
Yeah, the left-hand side of the screen, yeah, looks... Well, Paravyan's fighting back, Simon.
Yes, yeah, he is, yeah. Close game going on there. I love the pushing of the H-pawn here, but maybe it's a little bit too much. I don't know. Would you be pushing your H-pawns like that, taking with the king?
Oh my gosh, the right-hand side is crazy. The left-hand side, the evaluation keeps changing. And whoa, Andrew Tang is just ripping Andreikin's position to shreds on the right-hand side of our screen.
That's a very good way to describe it.
Oh my gosh.
Move, that was absolute carnage, that was. I mean, what's happening here? I mean, he is ripping the position apart, and he could have won the queen there. He missed queen takes queen. He could have won a whole queen. But he doesn't even need it, does he? He doesn't even want it.
Normally, we'd be a bit critical. You need to take the free queens you're offered. But it's Andrew Tang. He can be forgiven because he just checkmated his opponent. And look at this, by the way. Danya, he is so fast. He is fighting back. He's trying to stalemate himself. And he's not going to get it. He does not auto-queen.
Oof.
He instead gets the knight. But he is going to lose this game by checkmate. Paravyan steals that one.
Yeah, that was a great game by Paravyan there. And only 1 point in it on that match. So very, very close. And that does seem like the closer match there at the moment, score-wise.
A bit surprising considering the start of these two matches. It looked like Andreikin was right there neck and neck with Tang. And what is happening? Simon, they're playing your type of match on the right-hand side of our screen.
Well, I love these piece sacrifices. And again, I think it goes back to that having the initiative. You don't even need to count points so much as long as you're the side attacking. Who's got the safer king? Well, the white king is pretty safe castle, but black's king is stuck in the middle. And I really don't like Andrew's position here. And he's tried to sacrifice some material back to get his king safe. Will he manage to castle queenside? He's only one move away from it. That might help him a little bit, but he can't castle now because you would take the knight there. Okay, he's not getting checkmated. It's got a little bit better for him.
Oh, but taking the knights, take both knights, and then rook f8 check wins the rook on a8, but he doesn't go for it. And now suddenly, Andrew Tang, who was completely busted, is still in this game, but he is down a few seconds. Can Andreikin finally take one?
Yeah, he needs to take this one, again, to have any chance at all. They've still got 20 minutes left, so there's a long time. But when I say he needs to take this to have any chance, he needs to get a roll going.
He got checkmated on the bottom right. Rook h2 is mate, and Andreikin is beside himself. He laughs so he doesn't cry.
Sometimes you have to laugh so you don't cry, right? And that was the so-called Arabian checkmate there. The oldest ever recorded checkmate in chess. And they go back to their battles in the King's Indian defense now. Well,
instead of cutting the deficit to 2, it is ballooned to 4. So Andrew Tang is in charge, which means for the moment, we'll focus on the left-hand side of our screen. The matchup between Naroditsky and Paravyan. Paravyan right in this thing. And we see you, chat. We know you just voted, and you said that the mouse is very, very important in Bullet. I think that Firouzja said, it doesn't matter so much, but I think that the chat disagrees. They think that their mouse is their main weapon when it comes to Bullet.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly helps, right? Unless you are the Hikaru Nakamuras of the world. And we just, we can have a look on Danya's match now because that is a bit of the closer match that's going on. And it seems like Danya's getting in the zone a bit, and I like his position in this game.
Oh, yeah, look at this position where white's pieces are staring into black's advanced pawns. Black's king actually safe, despite the fact that there are a few pawns in front of it. Simon, this seems like complete control in this game from Danya.
I love the way you described those pawns there, Robert. Those pawns of blacks are just like blockers, but they're also dynamic blockers because the black pawns at some point can throw themselves forwards, and there you go. It throws itself forwards, and the black queen enters into the position. The black king, well, I think white's only chance is to somehow get some perpetual, but it's not going to work. This is got to be a killing position for black. Okay, white's trying to get the queen in.
Queen f2. Is there mate queen h2? It's main 1.
Yeah, queen h2. Checkmate.
But you see what Danya's doing? He's not playing it because he wants to waste match clock. That is an experienced commentator of many Speed Chess Championship matches.
Maybe his opponent should be resigning then. And we see again the Jabava London. They're loving this opening, Robert. It's been played so much. I mean, Danya loves playing it all the time as well.
Yeah, this isn't a paid advertisement, but Danya and Bortnyk created a course together on the Jabava London. They actually spent quite a lot of time in person working on it. I'm very close friends with Danya, so I know that they met up. They worked really hard on it, and it's clearly paying off because they're getting good positions. And look at White's position in this game. This is like a dream London where you have that knight entrenched on c5 and you control the dark squares.
Yeah, it's all about pieces and pawns, of course, chess. And, well, actually, it's turning a little bit now. Black's bishop's becoming quite powerful. Actually, I like Black's bishops all of a sudden, but what a quality move that is. Getting rid of one of the bishops and just heading for an ending where White is very active with the rook and the knight there. Got to stop the black pawn, though. There you go. Taking it's a good way to stop it.
It's the problem, Simon, right? In endgames, knights just often are better than bishops, especially in bullet chess. Bishops being long-range pieces, good when they're pawns on both sides of the board like this position, but how many times have we seen someone blunder a knight fork?
It's a good point, actually. I mean, I guess in bullet chess, you'd prefer to have the knight than the bishop. But maybe in classical chess, you prefer to have the bishop. I mean, in this case, the bishop is dominating. Because when you've got pawns on both sides of the board, the bishop is a better piece because it's a long-range piece. It can go to both sides of the board. But the knight is better when pawns are all on one side of the board. Black should be winning here, though.
You know what Dunn is doing? Is he's thinking, what would Robert Hess say? It's that a pawn is the wrong color, but that bishop, sacrifice your knight for the h pawn. Somehow do it.
No, yeah. Some chances to draw.
Ooh, but he can't get to the pawn in time.
No. Very nice play so far, technically ways by David here. Forcing the knight over, and now that h-pawn is running down the
Knight
board.
g4!
Knight g4 would have saved it.
Oh, but he had no
his
time.
Chance there.
Yeah, he had no time.
Okay. Yeah.
And
very instructive ending there, Robert, and very hard to, in this time limit, go into much detail. But you pointed out, Robert, it's actually a technical draw, even though you're 4 points up in that ending, which is one of the only times that is the case in chess.
Yeah, the problem was the clock for Dunning. You don't say that very often, by the way, so credit to David Paravyan, who is now only down 2 points. He was speedier than Danya was. That's kind of surprising.
Important win there as well. And the other match seems to be going very much in Andrew Tang's favour. You can see, he's doing well score-wise. But yeah, Danya there, a little bit on the back foot at the moment.
Oh, knight d5. What a move by Paravyan.
Brilliant move there. The knight diving in, and now the queen can come in as well. Another dodgy position here for Danya. And there goes a pawn.
Yeah, this is great for white. That knight can even go back to d5. And Simon, this is a dream come true for any Najdorf player from the white side. Look at that bishop on g7 and look at the knight on d5. I think we know which one's better.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the knight is like an octopus in the middle of the board. Its tentacles just floating around everywhere. And Black, though, is getting some counterplay because the white king not entirely safe. And this is something I've noticed that Danya does a lot. He can get a bit of a dodgy position, but he's got such brilliant tactical vision, causing his opponent so many problems. And actually now, Black seems to be doing okay.
Look at the clock, though. Danya is well behind on the clock, and that's why he's jettisoning that b-pawn. Please take it. Make my life easier to pre-move. Rook f5. He walked right into a fork.
Oof. That was such a nasty trick there. Such a nasty trick.
There are no words to be said. It's what Danya does best, right? He sees tactics at the quickest of quick paces, and he looks like he's about to take this game.
He does. Yeah, that pawn just too strong there. And white loses a very important game.
Unbelievable, honestly. Like I was about to say, Simon, I feel like Paravyan, despite being worse, he might win this one because he's up 7 seconds. And then Danya turned it around before I could even think fully about what I was going to say.
It's just one. I mean, normally when I play Bullet, and I'm sure most people watching, one tactic won't necessarily change the result of a Bullet game. But at this level, it's not even a tactic. It's the smallest of mistakes that will, cause devastation in the position. And I have to say, the games we're getting in that match between Danya and David are just really good tactical battles. Every single game, there's pieces flying. And look at the position they have here. It's another one where there's some material unbalance and pieces are just everywhere.
Yeah, these games have been hectic, to say the least. And we see that on the left side, Naroditsky up 3 points. David Paravyan kind of just might have cursed himself a little bit. He seems upset about something. And the right side, we have an endgame where Andreikin is up a piece for 2 pawns. Oh, just 1 pawn, excuse me. Simon, I feel like we've seen this a bunch, although Andreikin just blundered as soon as I said that.
Yeah, this is the other problem, right? I mean, Andrew is, I think, similar to Danya in the respect that he just spots these, tactics so quickly. And another point to Andrew there. I mean, he's dominating that match at the moment, and it's good to see him play so well.
Yeah, he is back with a vengeance. I mean, he really wasn't so active for a while. He just graduated from Princeton University. That's Andrew Tang we're talking about on the bottom right-hand side of your screen. But so great to see him back. He has so many fans over the years. His long matches with Magnus, his hyper bullet, blindfold sessions. It's really awesome to see the Penguin GM back. And I don't think we've seen a Penguin this power-hungry since Danny DeVito in the Batman movie.
A good memory of that. that old classic. Yeah, so that was I do like the old classic Batmans, I have to say. You know, a bit old school here with my film taste.
Who's your favorite Batman? Which actor?
My favorite Batman? A good question. Wow. Not Robert Pattinson, I have to say. My favorite Batman, I think it's gonna. I don't know. What about you, Robert? Help me out here.
Well, I think I like The Dark Knight the most, but that's not necessarily because of Christian Bale, even though I thought Christian Bale was really good in it. Danny is preferential to Val Kilmer. Danny always is shouting out good old Val. Definitely not the George Clooney Batmans. I just never really got on board, despite liking the villains. Tommy Lee Jones, Jim Carrey. They had some good villains in those. But, yeah, I think... I
have to say Val Kilmer, that's a good call because... I love The Doors, and I don't know if anyone's seen where he played Jim Morrison. He was great. He was a great Jim Morrison. So Val Kilmer, a class actor all round. And I like the way we can have a little break from this chess because sometimes, even for the commentators, we need to just talk about something else. Otherwise, my brain's going to explode. It's a lot to commentate on.
Well, just like Batman, I guess we got to dodge bullets.
We've got to dodge a lot of bullets. And looking at the match here, David should win this one. How much time do we have left? We have 10 minutes left. So, you know what? If David does win this one, he's only 2 games behind. 2 games behind with 10 minutes. So this is a close match. Very close match.
It is. And by the way, look at the speed from Paravyan. He's up nearly 20 seconds against Danya.
Wow. And Danya doing the right thing. Just, waiting till time. Every second counts in these ones, but he must be a little bit nervous, I think, Danya, with this 2. I think the next game is going to be very important. David needs to win this one to bring it down to a 1-game deficit. But he's got the black pieces, and he's playing against the dreaded Jabava London. The Jabava London is just such a good opening at this time limit because it's easy to play and there's loads of tricks.
Yeah, now there's an e4 pawn that looks a bit weak that now is gone, so it's not weak anymore. And white is up a pawn. 2 bishops against 2 knights. And I think something we should shout out once more is why is a 1-game deficit so important? This is win by 2. If you're from the United States and you played pickup basketball, you know all about win by 2. If you're up by 1, you can't just say, I got to 21, it's over. No, or 11. You're like, win by 2 is how these matches, are won. And it looks like Danya's in trouble, Simon. I mean, Black has the open d-file. That bishop on g7 is about to snap that c3 pawn off the board. I like Paravyan's position here.
Yeah, I mean, I think Black is better here. Black's rook a little bit more active on the 7th rank. Good drawing chances, saying that, because there's that saying all rook and pawn endings are drawn. And I'm not sure if Black will be able to win this one, but he's certainly got the better possibility. And that would make it just one game. 1 game between them then, which is nothing.
And Danya's a bit stuck here because he wants to keep that f7 pawn under check so the king can't get up to f5. Well, now the king can't move because the rook moves the check. But I was going to say that Paravyan was ahead on the clock. So if you're David, do you force the draw immediately, or do you maybe play this hoping for a win? Danya's way too fast, though.
I think if I'm playing against Danya, I just take the draw because I'm probably worried about I'm going to get flagged in this position, actually. And do they take the draw? They take the draw, and you see a little shake of the head by David. He realised he should have won that one, and that's the other thing. Psychologically, you can't let these games affect you. If you keep getting a bit negative thoughts, it's gonna affect the way you play the next game. Just to remind everyone as well, we're only just over 7 minutes away from the world's best chess player playing his first bullet competition here. Magnus, the great Carlsen, is going to be playing. Wow. You excited about that one?
I'm pumped that he's playing Eric Hansen. So I don't think many people know who they're going to root for in that matchup, Magnus being the heavy favorite. But Eric Hansen, he has put up fights against all the best players in the world. He, in fact, beat Magnus in the Champions Chess Tour in one of their games, I remember, from a year ago. And, well, that would be a huge upset. I think Paravyan's upset chances, they look like they're going out the window, Simon. It looks like a G-pawn is missing from the forces in front of the White King.
Yeah, there's just a blunder there, as you pointed out, and that G-pawn around White's king, there goes an H-pawn, and now Danya is 2 pawns up. He has nice time there. He's also 2 points up. If he wins this 3 points up, it's going to be too much. White needs to try and get some kind of miracle here and just not lose this game, I think, to have any chance. He's doing the right thing. He's trying to get his king to safety, moving it to the other side of the board. Call it doing a Forrest Gump. You just got to run, Forrest. Run. Run. Run for the hills. The queens are off. But some chances here, but I don't know. I mean, it's not. Look at the time, though. This is where Daniel again has a little bit. Yeah, some chances to draw.
Yeah, that F-file being open definitely gives White some chances. And now you need to be able to push G4, but the bishop on E6 is not allowing that to happen.
And actually, White is fighting really well here. I mean, in some cases, White might be better now. Unbelievable. White is better. White's 2 pawns up. This is what he needs, but he's got 6 seconds left. If he can just avoid losing this.
That pawn, it can't be stopped. That's a queen.
It's too slow, though.
Yeah.
Too slow.
And you see that.
And look at that.
Oh. That was wild.
I haven't seen him celebrate like that, Robert, for a long time. That was some proper Class A fist pumping from Danya there. I mean, just showing how important that game was. And, well, he's got this match now really in the bag. He's 3 points up. There's not enough time to come back from that. So we know who our winners are. And Andrew Tang, dominant still in that other match.
Yeah, look at Andreikin sacrificing all his pieces, going for an attack, but Black has like 2 extra pawns in the center and is up a knight and just 1. Oh gosh, that rook drops as well. Tang is too strong right now.
Yeah, he's playing amazing chess, and he's playing amazing chess really quickly. And that's what you've got to do in this format. You can't think too much, you've just got to play. And, well, I say that, and he has dropped a rook in that one, but not going to make too much difference with the White King being so weak there. And just to remind everyone, some of the players we've still got to come. We've still got the world's best player, Magnus Carlsen. And then we got maybe the world's best bullet player, Hikaru, are lined up. So there's a lot of action still left.
By the way, Andrew Tang just blundered everything in that game against Dmitry Andreikin. Andreikin playing fast, even though he was giving away pieces early, and that has actually worked out for him. So it's a little bit too late, but for the losers bracket, it's a double elimination tournament. Andreikin should take away some of these positives from this match. And Naroditsky, by the way, in that bottom left, he just is about to checkmate Paravyan's king.
Yeah, very. And I love the way that Daniel just doing that. He was just waiting again, waiting for his opponent to resign, but there's only 2 minutes 40 left there, and Daniel's going to be going through to the next round. And well, he seems to be drinking various drinks there, Robert. I mean, or was it the same drink? It's kind of like, he was double drinking. He had one can, and then he had another can. It's like, was it caffeine and then water and then caffeine? Daniel's making sure he's well stocked up on the right juices there.
Yeah, They always say you have to be hydrated. So Danya doing, maybe he's got the tactics drink and then the positional drink. It depends on the type of position.
I like that. So there's that famous story of Garry Kasparov and his watch, wasn't there? I don't know if you know this one, but Gary took his watch off when he was playing chess, and he'd always put his watch back on when it was time for his opponent to resign. And just resign, the watch goes on. And I'm wondering what drink that is. That's not a drink we have in England. Does anyone? I'm just intrigued about Daniel's drink there. So.
I didn't quite see it, but could have been like a Spindrift or some kind of seltzer. I'd have to get a glance at the can again, or if we interview him, it would be nice to hear what he has to drink while he's playing. But I think we look at the boards here in the bottom left. Danya is pushing his pass pawns as he's done all match.
Yeah, and that pass pawn is just too much. And there you go again, a nice move, attacking the rook, and that pawn becomes a queen, and he's flying now, flying with some great chess at the moment. And there goes another one. This has got to be so depressing for David to lose this way, because he hasn't played badly, you know. His chess has been okay. I mean, I think he got a bit frustrated with himself, Robert. That could have been one of the things that has affected his game here.
Completely agreed. And I think we have to say, Simon, that of the 4 matches that we've seen thus far, from the underdogs, Paravyan has been by far the best. I mean, he's really put up a serious fight against Daniel Naroditsky, who's often the number 1 rated player, bullet rated player on the site. So real huge credit to Paravyan for making this such a match. But when all is said and done, Danya, he's typically going to win his matches unless he's playing against the likes of a Tang or Nakamura, Firouzja, Carlsen, and that's what lies ahead of him in this field.
Yeah, agreed. Do you know what they need to get, Robert? I think they need to get eye trackers, because I'm noticing in this again just interesting things like where do they look and how do they look so quickly? You know, bullet chess is a different kind of game, isn't it? It's classical chess. There's other things you have to think of, and their vision, the speed of their vision is just incredible. You know, so it'd be intriguing to see where their eyes are pointing.
It really is. And time is up. This is the last game of each match. And we see that Danya up a knight for just a pawn in the bottom left, although it's getting complicated with black being able to secure a pass pawn. And the bottom right, Andreikin hoping for one last victory against Tang, who has just been too strong and too fast today.
Yeah, Tang's been very impressive. Maybe been most impressed by Tang, actually, because, as you say, you know, he's been busy with other things, not just chess, concentrating. What was he doing at Princeton? Was it on the markets or something, learning to trade, or, you know, something along those lines, maybe? But he seems to be back against such a strong player as Dmitry, dominating the matches. It's very impressive.
Yeah, a huge plus score for Tang. I saw an earlier feature chat that he took Andreikin under 3,000. So he was just farming his Super GM opponent, and Tang is going to deliver a checkmate, it looks like, in the final game. Danya wins his final game. So in the end, the spreads were... Paravyan won the final game, pardon me. But the spreads are significant, but Paravyan really put up an amazing fight.
Yeah, definitely. And we see the end now, the other match, and that's going to be checkmate. Time to resign.
Too late.
It's too late. I've got to throw it in occasionally, Robert. I haven't had a chance to say it so far. You know?
You can blame the guy we see on the screen in front of us. Andrew Tang just plays too quickly for you to be able to say it. And he advances to the second round of the winner's bracket. He stretches. You know, he's like, my wrist, it feels a little weary. And he's looking like he could take a nap right now.
Yeah, I think I need a nap after this as well. It's pretty fast and quick. And yeah, I believe we're going to get an interview with one of the players as well, right? I think with Andrew. Maybe.
Yes, I hope so. When you win 12.5, 3.5 over Dmitry Andreikin, your thoughts should be heard. Daniel Naroditsky also moves on, but that was the closest match that we've seen so far. 10.5, 6.5. David Paravyan, he qualified his way into the competition. He proves that he deserves to be here. He played a really excellent match.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, I mean, he played very well. He had actually many chances there. It was a lot closer than I think anyone would imagine that match. And maybe it was just a little bit of speed at the end and some sort of annoyance he was getting with his bad play. I mean, we all get annoyed when we play badly, but we should try to get annoyed when the match is over rather than during the match.
And we see the last player go up into the winners' quarterfinals. That's going to be tomorrow. Daniel Naroditsky will take on Andrew Tang. We already saw Firouzja and Bortnyk make their way through. Paravyan and Andreikin, they will duke it out tomorrow, so they lost their matches, and the task barely gets easier. But I think all eyes will be on the winners' quarterfinal matchups because Daniel Naroditsky versus Andrew Tang. They faced each other last year in the losers bracket final. Tang took that match, so you know that Daniel will want his revenge.
What a match that is going to be. Two of the quickest players and tactically alert players around. So, yeah, it's going to be fascinating. And I do see in the chat as well that people are asking, where is Magnus Carlsen? Well, he's going to be here very soon, guys. All you have to do is show a little bit of patience. I know that's not normal for Bullet Chess, but he's coming. He's coming here soon, along with Eric Hansen. So not too far to go.
No, not at all. In fact, after this break, we'll get an interview, and then Magnus Carlsen against Eric Hansen will start. So before we do head to break, we're talking about Bullet. This is the Bullet Chess Championship. Let's talk about a weekly Bullet event right here on chess.com, because if you want in on the Bullet Chess action, now is your chance. Weekly, you can compete in the Community Bullet Brawl Arena and win diamond memberships. Anyone is eligible to throw their hat in the ring and prove their speed chess prowess. All you have to do is join the community club on chess.com and register for the arena. Use the command CBB in chat for all of the details. You'll not want to miss Bullet Brawls, which are open to everyone. You also will not want to miss the interview that we're going to get, hopefully with Andrew Tang, when we return from this short break.
Your subscription makes shows like this possible, which is why our Twitch subscribers will never see ads on chess.com. Connect your chess.com account and Twitch account at go.chess.com/connectaccounts, and bang, boom, voila, you're done. 100% ad-free bliss forevermore. Whether you're following our events on site or on stream, type the command connect in the chat, and thank you for helping bring these shows to life.
Interested in becoming a chess streamer like your favorite creators, such as Hikaru, Gotham Chess, and the Botez sisters?
Come on! Look at this! Woo!
The Chess.com Community Streamer Program is growing every day. Whether you're just getting started with streaming or already established and looking to expand your audience, you can now connect your account to Chess.com and have your stream promoted on the game's largest platform. Simply link your account at chess.com/settings/connected accounts, set your category to chess on Twitch, and start streaming. You'll get an ad-free experience on chess.com. You will pop up on our list of live streamers. Your chess.com profile will feature your Twitch stream, and your stream will be linked to your games on our Play server. Type Command Community Streamer in chat and start growing your stream today.
We are joined by the Penguin, Andrew Tang. Andrew, huge congratulations on what was a demolition, honestly. How did it feel to get back in the ring in this Bullet Chess Championship?
Thanks. Yeah, it feels great. I've been gone for a while, so it feels really good to be playing. And what a crazy tournament. It's crazy that you guys got all of us this year. I'm really looking forward to playing, hopefully, Magnus, Hikaru, and Alireza.
Yeah, it's a very strong lineup, Andrew, and you have been away doing other interesting things, but you're playing Danya in the next match.
Yeah.
And any thoughts on that one?
I think we're both in pretty good form, actually. So I don't know. I'm just gonna do some more prep, warm up, and I think it'll be a very close match. It really could go either way.
And we asked Alireza this same question, and you use the same word as prep. And he is explaining how he preps for Bullet Chess. How do you do that?
Usually I just do some warm up, but I really feel like try-harding, I guess. I might look at some lines that we've played a lot of the times and just be a little extra ready for what we might play, I guess.
And Andrew, is there anyone in the world who's quicker than you with the mouse? Or are you the quickest?
I don't know. It's getting closer these days. There's some more young kids who are playing Ultra Bullet, and so far I still have the highest rating, but some of them are starting to catch up in mouse speed, so I'm a little bit scared.
And you said you've been off doing other things. We know you just graduated. Congratulations on that.
Thank you.
But how do you get right back into bullet form? Because I feel like form is a very important word when it comes to bullet.
Yeah, so I was gone for like a month in Asia on vacation with my friends on a grad trip. And after I came back, I felt like I was playing, I don't know, like 100 points worse for like 5 days, but I just kept playing, and I think I've gotten all the speed and all the feeling back, which is really all that you need, I think, in bullet.
Andrew, you do seem so relaxed when I talk to you in interviews, but when you play chess, it's the opposite, right? Do you have to just change gear? Is there any magic thing you do when you're playing? Get in the zone? Anything you do to get in the zone when you play?
Not really. I think, I'm just very good at being calm in general. At the Armageddon tournament we were both at recently, my heart rate stayed pretty calm the whole time. I can kind of just turn on Zen mode, and I'm just very good at focusing, I guess, when I need to.
Yeah.
Well, you mentioned Zen mode. You mentioned travels in Asia. So I got to ask you, where in Asia did you travel to with your friends?
Yeah, so I went to Japan, Taiwan, Thailand, Singapore, and Hong Kong. So it was a long trip. I was gone for over a month, just traveling all around Asia.
Did you play any chess over there?
I tried playing some bullet tournaments. I played a bullet brawl, but I don't know. I understand the pain that some of the Asian players go through when they're playing at 2 a.m. But just a few bullet tournaments, really.
Well, it's not 2 a.m. this time. It sounds like you had a lot of fun. I'm kind of jealous because I've been seated in chairs commentating. So hope it was a blast, and hope it continues to be a blast in the bullet scene, because you have work cut out for you against Danya tomorrow. So we look forward to seeing you in that matchup.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Andrew. Appreciate your time as always. Skill, right? He has been on vacation. He has been just around the world with friends. He's playing bullet brawls at 2 a.m, and yet he is coming back and winning matches against Dmitry Andreikin by a 9-point margin, Simon. I wish that when I took a break for that long of time, I could, beat the newest players on the site, but I just sometimes can't, and he is just an absolute beast.
Yeah, I think beast is the right word. And what amazes me, Robert, is how calm he really is. Like in these interviews, he's very softly spoken, composed. But when he plays chess, it's like he's this animal of speed. He's completely the opposite. So he mentioned the word Zen quite a lot. It's something that it seems like he's meditating when he's playing in some special place. So there's something going on there, that keeps him calm in these chaotic situations. I'd love to bottle whatever he's got and take a go at it myself. Don't think I ever will though.
Me neither, and I think I could use it. But he did say he's excited to face off against Magnus Carlsen. That would be a couple of matches away if it is indeed going to happen. But speaking of Magnus, the world #1 player, he's coming up right now. He takes on Erik Hansen, the chess bra celebrity. And then we also have Min against Arjun Erigaisi. Now, that's not a matchup to be overlooked. Simon, when you initially asked me about my favorite opening round matchup, Min and Arjun, I feel like that is going to be a close one.
Yes, definitely. I mean, Ming is the quicker player. I think we know that already. But Arjun is just a brilliant player. He's the stronger player in classical chess. So we've seen this before, though, and it does seem like speed is more important. So I would probably say that Ming is the favourite in that one. But you never know. If Arjun can keep up on the clock, he might well dominate and win that one. So, it's a hard one to know, that one, Robert. What's going to happen there? I think we also...
So I was going to say, I know what you're probably thinking, that all eyes want to be on Magnus Carlsen, right? Like, he's the #1 player in the world, his first time in the Bullet Chess Championship. We just have to be honest sometimes.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, Magnus against anyone. I mean, I've just been commentating over in the Champions Tour, and he's just destroying everyone there. I mean, it is now bullet chess, and I think the chess bras are on tour as well. So they are in Barcelona at this moment in time. So they're enjoying themselves a bit as well. I think when you're playing Magnus and you're on tour, you've got to try and enjoy it. I might even crack open a beer, Robert. Just think, look, this guy's really good. I'm just going to enjoy myself here and enjoy the moment. But you never know. Erik's a talented player. If he gets a couple of wins on the board, he could scare Magnus a little bit, right?
Yeah, and speaking of cracking open beers, that's something that Erik would do on stream. So we'll see what kind of fighting mood he's in. It will be a tough battle, but somebody who's always ready to play, especially in these bullet time controls, is Min Le. He's a popular streamer. He's from Vietnam. He twirls his hair a lot. That's something that's common in the chess community, Simon. We've seen that for decades now. When players are stressed, when they're in the heat of battle, they're twirling their hair, but don't be fooled. Min Le, he can really battle with the best of them.
And I think we got some new information. I thought this might be the case, but I didn't want to see it. I was actually speaking to Magnus over in Norway a couple of days ago, very briefly, and he mentioned he might be going over to Barcelona. And you know who's in Barcelona as well? Erik. So even though, they're playing apparently from opposite sides of the world, they might even be in the same room, Robert. So maybe Magnus and Erik can have a beer together while they play. So they're good buddies, Erik and Magnus, and... they're doing so many good things to popularise chess, I think. Just recently, Magnus was playing bullet chess at a rave, which was really quite cool. But playing in the same room, Robert, I mean, as long as they don't look over each other's shoulders, it should be okay.
Yeah, they can trash talk each other from the next room. You mentioned the rave. That was really cool to see. And something that Min does. I've seen this happen on his stream. He is a streamer. Do follow his channel right now. Come on, it's worth it. And Min will sometimes do karaoke while playing chess. I've seen that before. He likes to sing. And I have to say, that artwork behind Min, I kind of want that. That looked pretty nice. So Min Le, super kind human being. But don't be fooled by that kind-hearted personality. He is devious in the bullet board.
Yeah, I can imagine he is. I mean, he's so quick and so dangerous, and a brilliant player as well. So that match we have to keep a bit of an eye on. But come on, we've got to see Magnus and Erik. And are they sharing the same Zoom call? Maybe they don't need to have two calls. They could just sit next to each other and play there. So are they in the same room? I think they are. We'll get more information on that, but. Shortly, for the first time, we're going to see Magnus Carlsen playing in the Bullet Championships. Are you excited?
I'm pumped, and I think it's so funny if they are playing from the same house, because if one of them wants to resign, they could just stall, and then we might see them in the background of the other player's camera, just giving him a nice little pat on the back. But it'll be funny. It kind of looks like they're in the same place.
Do you know what I would do, Robert? I would maybe just pretend to fall over, sneak under the table, and pull out their bloody power cord. Ooh. That's maybe the only way to take down Magnus. Take his power cord down, Eric. Cut the power cord, if that's possible. I expect they're on different rooms, but you can see from their backdrop very shortly they could be in the same building.
I definitely think that they are in the same place. I'm looking at, as you're saying, the background. This looks like they are in the same home. And you have a great point that Eric should cut out the power only when it's Magnus' turn. So, if Eric's in the room with the circuit, just turn that off once you make your move, and then, hey, Magnus might lose on time.
I think it's the way to do it. Take Magnus down. Either pull Magnus' power cord or try to get some shots flowing, maybe a couple of beers, It's going to be tough for Eric, but you never know. I mean, Magnus is on great form at the moment. He's been playing very, very strong chess. We don't know what Eric's form is like, but I've also seen Eric, he can really, when he gets in the zone, he can defeat anyone. He's a real natural talent. He's very fast with the mouse as well. And if he wins the first couple of games, could it be a surprise? It will be a big surprise, but you never know. It's bullet chess after all.
You mentioned the streak that Magnus has been on. 9 out of 9 in the Grand Chess Tour over the board blitz. Just won the Aim Chess Rapid event in the Champions Chess Tour. It feels like he's winning everything that he plays in quicker time controls. Maybe not so much classical chess, at least in recent months, but still so many successes to his name. And one of the 4 players that we haven't talked about is Arjun Erigaisi. Speaking of somebody who's a speed demon, a junior speed chess champion in the past, somebody who has really proven himself in a variety of formats. Arjun Erigaisi is someone we haven't discussed in full length, but he is somebody who can take down most of the players in the competition. I don't want to say all of them, because Hikaru, Magnus, Alireza, they may be untouchable to players that aren't named Tang and Naroditsky as well, but I just feel like Arjun is somebody we need to watch out for.
Totally agree, Robert. He has been tipped as being a future world champion by many strong players, and he's one of those players in that club, maybe a future world champion. So don't write him off. He's a very strong player, great understanding of the game. But we're nearly there. We're nearly ready for kickoff, right? God, I'm excited about this one. Come on, let's get it on. Anyone else excited?
I think everybody's excited. And I want to hear from the chat, who are you rooting for in the matchup between Magnus and Eric Hansen? Because there are many Chess Bra fans out there. So even though Magnus, the stronger player, number 1 player on the planet, he's strong against anybody he plays, I think there will be a lot of Eric fans in the chat.
I think so. Eric's got a great fan club there. I do want to hear who you're cheering for in the chat. There you go. There's a lot of Eric fans, a lot of Magnus fans as well. They've just got a lot of fans, haven't they? Simple as that. These two. And we're off. We're off with some chess. Here we go.
Yes, we are. And so we see our 2-board view. On the right side, Min and Arjun Erigaisi. I think that match might be close. And on the left side, we have Magnus and Eric. And for the Magnus fans out there, they don't want the match to be close. They want to see Magnus dominate as he has been doing.
Yeah, I mean, it's Magnus with the white pieces. Obviously, the pace is very, very quick from both players. Maybe some of the quickest we've seen, Robert. I mean, they're both 45 seconds and they're right deep into the middle game. I'd say that Magnus has a slight advantage in the position you see because he has this lovely central square that his queen is sitting on. And this square could be deadly later on. But Eric getting counterplay now.
Eric's doing this perfectly, but that bishop on f8, Simon, we saw that in an earlier match, just a bad piece compared to the knight on d2, which will reroute to the light squares. So I like Magnus' position. Eric seemed a little upset at himself there. And by the way, the chat, they made predictions. They said 43% of them said that Eric would score under 3 points. 44% said 3 to 5. 12% thinks he'll score 5 or more points. 5 is a lot to ask for against Magnus.
I'd be happy getting that half point. I would hold on to that for the rest of my life in bullet chess. I mean, we can see now Magnus moving his rook all the way down to the end, getting a dangerous back rank there, but more pieces getting exchanged. The problem with Black's position here, I would say, Robert, is the bishop. Look at Black's bishop. Eric's bishop is like a big pawn. It's trapped in by the two central pawns, and White's knight, beautiful in the middle of the board. And just positionally speaking, even though Magnus is only one pawn up, well, there he goes, 2 pawns up, that bishop just can't do anything. So the first game seems to be going Magnus's way.
The bishop was bad. The clock management was a problem. That c7 pawn that's nearly queening is an issue. Magnus, too fast, too strong, gets game 1. And we see on the right-hand side of our screen, it looks like Min, he's about to take game 1. Opposite colored bishops do not necessarily mean a draw, especially if you split past pawns as he just did. Now he's up a queen, and he's enough time. Arjun resigns. Min takes game 1.
Yeah. That's okay. Well, they're both off, and I suppose the Magnus game going the way we had thought, and now he's playing the Perk opening, and lots of pieces getting exchanged there, and that is generally good news for Black to equalise the position. Eric really needs to get going at the start of this match, and actually now he's generated some pressure here. I wouldn't have swapped queens against Magnus. Try to keep the queens on against this guy. He's so good with the queens off the board. And how do you think they're going to commiserate or celebrate afterwards, Robert? You know, as they're in the same room, do you think they might have a shandy afterwards?
I think celebrate is definitely what they'll be doing, no matter... Well, if Magnus loses, I don't think they'll be celebrating. But I don't think Magnus is going to lose, so I think they will be celebrating, and I don't think we want to talk about how they're going to be celebrating, but they might live stream it, so there is that.
Oh, wow. That'd be awesome to see as well. I think it's probably better for their celebrations that Magnus wins, because he's supposed to win, and if Eric does pull off a big upset, I don't know, is the party going to be as good? I'm not sure. So, yeah, you know, we've got to think about these social things before you party. And Black seems to be doing quite well here in the game. Again, I'm looking at the game between Eric and Magnus, Robert. I mean, nice last move there.
Look at that king. I mean, the king is on d4 with a pass pawn in front of it. And this is a good lesson. Use your king as a weapon in the endgame. It doesn't need to be defended. It's not going to get checkmated. So I like the way that Magnus is handling this. He's forcing the white king back. And if... Oh, knight to c4 coming. That is going to be a win for Magnus.
Very good move there. The backwards knight moves are said to be some of the hardest moves to spot. And look at that big d pawn. Okay, he's lost the pawn now. But after an exchange on d2... Magnus goes into a winning king and pawn ending, 2 extra pawns, and it's 2-0 to Magnus already. Eric giving a little smile there. They can obviously hear each other. I'd love to know what they're saying. Anyone who's a lip reader in our audience, can you please tell us, what do we think they're saying to each other? Robert, what do you reckon Eric said to Magnus there? Was it something we can repeat on air, or maybe not?
I think it probably had the word buddy in it, because that is a common Canadian word, especially from Eric. But yeah, I'm guessing they're just having a little fun, chatting with one another. But look at this game. I think this is Eric's... I see the eval bar, but I'm looking at the clock. Like, Eric is well ahead in the clock, but his knight is trapped. Oh my gosh, what recognition by Magnus.
Oh, and it's still trapped. Unbelievable. I mean, how can you beat Magnus? I mean... It's just so hard. And also, we should just talk about the score in the other match as well. I mean, at the moment, going really against Arjun. But Arjun is attacking in the current position. He's got pressure against Black's king. His queen coming in. This would be a great chance to get at least a point on the board for Arjun.
Yes, so we will go back to our two-board view, and we see that Arjun going for the attack. I mean, those weak, dark squares in front of the Black king, the opening of the H-file, both could be a problem, but you know that Min is ready to take with the f7 pawn on g6. He wants to open the 7th rank so that his king feels defended, and great play by Min. He is already up 3-0, and we just saw Magnus do his job in that game over there. He's up 3-0 as well, but look at this. A forced mate for Min.
Yeah, he's turned it around. I mean, it looked a bit suspicious, his position, but, you know, brilliant chess to come straight back in and get another point on the board, and he's looking very strong at the moment. Magnus and Eric, I mean, they're whitewashes so far. I mean, complete whitewashes. Come on, Eric and Arjun, let's see some points on the board.
I think the lower seeds, the players who are the underdog, have struggled mightily to score points. We've seen that in all matches. The closest was actually David Paravyan, 11.5, 5.5. We did get a score correction that the game went Danya's way, not David, so it was still a 6-point margin. But Simon, looking at these matches, I think we might be talking about 8-point margins because the high-rated bullet players are running away with it.
Yeah, it looks that way. But you do say that. I think this is Eric's best chance so far. If you look at Eric's position, he's got to be a little bit careful about Magnus's pawns, but I do like his bishop better than the knight. I say that, and he has to give it up for the knight. Maybe he can get a draw out this. This should be a draw, right?
Simon, look at the clock. Eric has no chance of making a draw here. He is down 14 seconds.
Maybe Magnus will feel sorry for him?
Yeah, that is one way to make a draw, but I don't think Magnus feels sorry for anyone.
No, you can't. I mean, it's bullet chess. It's a competition. You've got to use all your assets, including the clock. And now we actually get a position where Magnus is a pawn up as well. So it could be 4-0 in that match.
And
I would give Eric a draw.
No
I'd give him
chance.
one draw.
No chance that Magnus is going to do that. He wins again. But on the other board, it looks like Arjun Erigaisi has given his opponent mid-lay a queen, but Black is the one delivering checkmate. That was an incredible sequence. White has a queen, but no hope because the king on f1 is being obliterated by the rooks and the knight.
That's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful finish there. And that shows the talent of Arjun. He can fire brilliant tactics into the game. He's going to need to do more than that, and at least he stopped the rot. And that is important. Stop the rot.
Yes.
Magnus.
Sorry, go ahead, Simon.
I was just wondering how you can stop the Magnus rot, though. I mean, is that possible?
It looks like this position is great for Eric. I mean, the eval bar saying Black is much better, but it looks not very clear to me. Is Eric just up a pawn, and that's that?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, he seems to have good rooks in the center. He's got that extra pawn. The Black Knight seems good, the Black Bishop. So it does, again, seem like a good chance for Eric to at least get half a point. But why not a whole point here? Is that a second pawn he can grab now? He has.
Yes.
He's grabbed a second pawn.
And the key to beating Magnus, I wouldn't know from experience, but from what I've seen, is not taking your foot off the proverbial gas pedal. Just keep going. Keep playing. Don't spend too much time, because look at this, Simon. All of a sudden, I'm looking at the clock. Oh, gosh, Eric is down now 6 seconds, and there's a pin on the last rank. That looks deeply unpleasant. Rook takes f8 with bishop b4 was in the air as well.
It's so tricky, isn't it, to play against Magnus, because he just spots every possibility, and now Magnus has one apiece as well. Come on, Eric. We just want you to get a point. I'll take half a point, Eric. Just get half a point on the board, but I don't think it's going to be this game.
No, knight takes f5, just removing the guard, take g4, g7's hanging h4 as well. So it's a 4 sequence. But look at Magnus. He's giving up his pieces. As long as he keeps his rook on the board, he will win this game on time.
Sadistic. Maybe you have to be sadistic to be the best player of all time.
Oh, Eric got it! Yeah.
He's got the draw!
And Eric Hansen scores his first half point, and we just saw someone walk towards Eric and bring him some juice. And then I thought I saw that same person in the mirror behind Magnus. So they really might be like in the same room or across the hall from each other.
I think they can hear each other. I've never seen this before, where the two players playing can actually hear each other. They can hear the pain of the opposition. But Eric has got the draw, and I think you could see that Magnus was quite annoyed by that, because I think he wanted to get the sweep. He wanted to win every single game, and that's not possible anymore. So I think Eric can hold his head high now.
Yeah, it might still be a very lopsided match when it ends. And right now, actually, Magnus is up in exchange, but his king is in some danger. Magnus with the black pieces here. But I don't see the knockout, and if that's the case, then the material should speak volumes.
Yeah, I like what Eric's doing, though. Oh, he can take the knight and take on g6, can he? With a draw, at least. So, yeah, I mean, just take the knight. Oh, he hasn't gone for it. Wow. And there was a chance there for Eric to get another draw by just going straight for the black king, but Instead, he allows Black's strong knight to remain on the board, and the Black king looks very exposed, but I don't think White's got enough pieces attacking him.
Nope. And after Rook FD8, we saw the look on Eric's face. That was the look of frustration of playing Magnus Carlsen. Magnus takes another point, so he is sailing through in this opening match. It's great play from Magnus. I mean, yes, there might have been a draw, but I think that's the operative word, Simon. I didn't see the exact perpetual if Black didn't take that bishop on g6. And so Eric probably looked at it like, I should have it, but I don't see the finish line, and that's why he tried to play a move and it didn't work out.
Yeah, it was quite a natural move he played, but again, Magnus had it well covered as always. And now we see Magnus attacking on the king side, and I like the way he's mixing up different styles. Some people assume a bit wrongly that Magnus is just a kind of positional player, loves the ending, because that's kind of what he's famous for. But I tell you what, when Magnus attacks, he's also one of the best players in the world at attacking.
Well, you say attack. He says, how badly do you want this attack? Rook h3 is about to deliver a mate on h8. And, queen h8 takes g7 is the big threat.
Oh, and, look at that. A lovely tactic spotted by Magnus. Just making sure the Black king is trapped. And this move was the important thing at the end. That was a difficult combination to see there, Robert. And he spots it straight away.
Difficult for us, maybe, but not for the superhuman Magnus Carlsen. And he's down a piece right now. So he's trying to figure out, how do I actually end this game? And this doesn't appear to be the right way, but you've said this all day, Simon. The evaluation bar, go away. Who cares? This should be a win for White.
I think so. I mean, again, the evaluation bar, as you say, is in Eric's favour. He's blundered a mate in one. The world champion. Not the world champion, but the strongest player in the world. Falls for a mate in one.
Oh my gosh, we both said the wrong thing there. I was like, Magnus, he's got this one. And, he just allowed a checkmate on g2. He laughs it off. But, Simon, we've covered enough of Magnus. We know him. He's probably pretty upset about that.
He's crying a little bit inside, I think, there. But maybe someone's going to hand him a drink now. Maybe a special drink. I don't know. Whatever drink Eric got there, it did the job. Give that man more of those drinks is all I'm thinking.
Yeah, normally I'm not thinking that, but in this case I think that he could use another one to help him score more points. And Magnus, he just steals a pawn on c3. We've seen Magnus with the knight against the bishop a couple times in this match already, but when you're up a few pawns, you're just happy to have any type of position.
Yeah, definitely. He is coordinating that rook and knight so well here, and there's no way he can stop that pawn. And, what is stronger than the world champion? An angry world champion. What's he got there? Look at that. He's having a sip. What is that drink? I'm intrigued, Robert. That looked a bit juicy to me. And Eric's got one as well. I want to be in that room.
Yeah, what is that? I couldn't really tell. It looked, orange, so I couldn't tell if it was like a mimosa, but it wasn't a mimosa glass. So, yeah, I'm going to have to check out when they bring it up again. But we have another match going on. Of course, Magnus Carlsen is always a spectacle that people want to watch. But Min Lei, he is taking on Arjun Erigaisi. The winner of that match will take on Magnus Carlsen. Yes, Eric has some outside shot of winning this match, but if we're being realistic, Magnus is almost certainly going to sail through. So I am curious, will he indeed be facing Min, because Min is the high-rated player in the other match and jumped out to a lead.
Yes, and Ming is a dangerous player. I mean, his speed, his talent, he's incredibly, naturally talented. And he's got lots of experience of the online format as well. So it looks in that match, like we say, that Ming is dominating at the moment. I'm just intrigued. We know what hopefully we're going to get into. That is definitely on the interview list of questions. What are you guys drinking? I am jealous. And we're going to see who it favours more of, I guess, that drink, Robert.
Yes. Well, I think Magnus, he's going to be happily sipping on that, keeping himself refreshed. But look at the score in this match on the right-hand side. 5 for Min, 3 for Arjun. I'm pretty sure it was 5-1. And now Arjun with the black pieces. Wait, what just happened? What was that?
Oh, he blundered his queen.
He mouse slipped.
Oh, no. That was a great chance to bring the deficit to 1 point, and he just blundered his queen. But as you say, Robert, he is fighting back, and I know it's a 3-point difference, but there's 13 minutes to go. If he gets a roll of wins, he can still do this. He can still win this match.
He was on a roll of wins. That's the sad part. It is a win by 2. For those of you who are just joining, we keep reminding you, you need to win the matches by 2 points. And so for Arjun Erigaisi, he used that to cut that deficit to just 1 game. And to mouse slip with 20 plus seconds on your clock, Simon, that can be backbreaking.
Yeah, it's horrible. And you got to try to get over that very, very quickly. And Arjun, as we see in the camera, he's another player who comes across as being very relaxed, but maybe is not so. I think the challenge for Magnus and Eric should be, can they finish the drink while playing a game of Bullet and win? Can Magnus do that? Quite possibly, because, we've got to make things a little bit more difficult for him, I feel, because he is just too strong. The position on the board, he's a pawn down.
Sorry, I saw a brilliant move from Min Lei to win that game. He sacked his queen for rook to win another. I saw the 2 exclamation points, and that's why I stopped. But now Min, it seems like he is trying to be a runaway train. And for the match that you correctly focused on, Eric Hansen with the white pieces here, he's winning.
He is winning. The black king is very exposed. The white rooks are coming into the position, and white is a pawn up. Can he put the ball into the back of the net, though? Makes his king safe, and just playing a little move on the side. He's also got enough time here. And Magnus looking a little bit annoyed the way he's playing at the moment.
Yeah, it
should be a win for white.
Yeah. Look at that move, f5. He needs to get a second rook to e6, but watch out for the white king. Suddenly they're queen d6 check, and where's that king going? Oh, gosh.
Oh, dear. It's turning again. Oh, that's a nice tactic, though. Getting the 2 rooks for the queen. And white always has a draw here. Is he going to take the draw? He's got to try to win this one, surely. And he is.
Yes, and he is down on time. That's the problem for Eric. So he has that draw pretty much at any time he wants it, until the black queen goes to d2 like it is now, because you can't...
Oh, no.
Look at Magnus crack up.
Have another sip of your drink there. Oh, I think we were both thinking there's no way you can lose this, and then it was checkmate and he loses it. Commentator's curse there, Robert.
And it is karma in a way, because remember Magnus blundered that checkmate on g2, queen takes g2 a few games ago. But for Eric, he needed that game desperately. He seemed actually hurt, like his soul felt that pain, and Magnus is just having the time of his life.
Yeah. I think he enjoyed that one, right? Do you prefer, Robert, when you win, a nice sort of gradual positional game or a complete swindle? What gives you the more satisfaction?
Ooh, in Bullet, definitely a swindle, because it just feels so good to be on the cusp of defeat and then to sort of laugh that off and just win a game, and your opponent is frustrated. So if you're playing a match, that gives you the upper hand. But yeah, I think that both these players are not too upset because they're drinking whatever that delicious drink is.
Agreed with that one. And the match score, 8.5 to 1.5 for Magnus. And in the other match, Arjun, unfortunately, is on a bad roll here, right? It looked like he was getting back into it, but it's funny how one little slip, and he did, I think it was a mouse slip to blunder his queen. You get dejected, and look at that. That is just a blunder of a piece. Arjun just giving away a whole piece there, and it's looking very bad for him as well now.
Yeah, and Min is so strong. Last year, he lost to Danya and ended up in 4th place. But he was neck and neck. It was a tied match, and Min blundered and allowed a checkmate. And that's how Danya was able to barely squeak by him and make it to the top 3. So Min, he's been here before. He wants to win this. And guess what? You know what his reward is, Simon, if he wins this match? He gets to play Magnus Carlsen, and as a grandmaster who doesn't get invitations to all the biggest events, he wants that opportunity, even if it's in bullet chess.
Yeah, agreed. Even though you're probably likely to lose that match, and you realise that, just the opportunity of playing the best player in the world is very, very special. And you never know, if things go your way, and Ming is capable of doing well against Magnus, you might cause a major upset it's certainly more fun, I think, being the underdog in these matches. Going back to the games, the scoreline is pretty similar in both matches. I mean, Robert, really. I mean, both Magnus and Ming are dominating at the moment.
Oh, Min just delivered a checkmate. As soon as you're dominating, it looked like it was going to be a trade of bishops, but he checkmates Arjun Erigaisi, and unfortunately for Arjun, it just isn't his match. Once that queen slip happened, it was 5-3 at that point. Now it's 9-3. So Min says, I don't care how I get the job done. You asked, do you prefer to get a swindle win? Min says, I don't care as long as I keep winning.
Yeah, a win is a win, especially in bullet chess. And, well, again, Eric in trouble in that one, and he loses another one. A bit of shake of the head. There's just about 7-8 minutes to go. We're seeing this opening a lot, the Grunfeld. Problem with the Grunfeld, as soon as you lose as black, that dark square bishop, which you can see black has done protecting your king is always a little bit weak, and that could be an issue for Eric here. The black king doesn't have much protecting it. Magnus targeting the other side of the board as well now.
And look at the holes in the position. The black knight is about to go to c6 and then d4. The white knight would love to go to d5 at some point. So white's king feels very safe because of this pawn structure. Look at this, g2, f3, e4, g4. It's a weird structure. The dark squares may seem a bit vulnerable, but black, I was about to say, doesn't have the firepower, and he goes back when he should have went forward, I guess.
Yeah, there was one chance there, I think, for Eric, and now again, I prefer to be white here. That pawn just coming straight through the middle of the board, and another one joining it there in the position.
This is messy. The black king looks exposed, but that pawn on d2 is super strong. And Magnus is like, what did I just do? Because he can't play f6. The queen was loose on e5. Yeah. He's going to win the d2 pawn.
Yeah, and he lost his strongest pawn there. And Eric, though, blundering there, I think, because now somehow, I mean, whatever Magnus does, yeah, even when he blunders, he seems to win. I mean, it's just incredible, yeah?
It's completely true.
Or is he going to win this one? Not sure he is.
He's going to win on time. I'm looking at Eric's clock, and down to 10 seconds against Magnus 18, no chance for Hansen. He's going king f6, g5 check is going to happen, or he's going to do this, and the pawn just runs up the board.
Yeah. Yeah, 4 seconds is not enough. And I'm trying to remember, did Eric actually win a game, or was it just draws? I think he won a game, didn't he? I can't,
he won the checkmate on g2.
Yes, sorry. Yeah, that one. Yeah, you're right. You mentioned that a second ago.
Okay, what is that drink? Let's look. What is that?
I reckon that is like some kind of orange juice. Like kind of pina colada. It can't be of orange juice. But it looks so nice.
Yeah.
Do you reckon whatever it was, I want one. Do you reckon they've hired in a special cocktail waiter just for the match? I mean, that would be quality. You know, let's get a cocktail maker just for our match.
That would be excellent. Maybe, one of their friends that they're on this trip with just happens to be an expert mixologist. I mean, whatever is happening there, I want in on it because, first of all, Barcelona sounds lovely no matter the time of year. Whatever they're having, I would like some. Oh, gosh, Eric does not want to have any part of that skewer on the diagonal. He's e5, back rank, rook d1, take b1.
Oh, dear. It's all gone a bit wrong. And there goes... Oh, he doesn't even want the bishop straight away. He's doing it much cleverly, attacking the rook. And another piece is dropping there. You can see that Eric's a bit upset with the way things are going. And we're hearing a bit more information. And apparently the cocktail maker is Eric's brother, Dylan. So, who is very good at making cocktails. So we're hearing that firsthand. And again, make sure you check out the chess bras. They are on tour around Europe at the moment. So if you spot them, you might even be able to get a game against them.
I'm just curious if it's an actual brother or because they're bras, are they like bros in that way? Like I feel like it's probably not his actual biological brother. Not to say that those kind of... Oh, it is. We're being told it is. Sorry, Dylan. My apologies. I just assumed, they're bras, so they got that going. But wow.
They've got a lot of bra friends, haven't they? There's a lot of bras out there, chess bras. So,
Yeah, they really are. They're on a tour right now, so I mean, you can follow their schedule. I don't know it off the top of my head, but they were in London, I believe, now in Spain. So they're meeting with many chess fans.
yeah, good thing to do. And one of the great things about modern chess, you can stream your activities as you go around. And again, looking at the positions, you can see that this is Magnus attacking. I love it when we see Magnus attacking, because we don't always get it. And there's a checkmate must be coming up. Black's king has too many pieces hovering around it. The magic number when attacking is normally 3 pieces, and White has those 3 pieces. The queen is ready to dive in. 1 square fours will be checkmate. You can't defend that with a bishop, because White can just take the bishop due to the pin, and I can't see any way to defend that there, Robert. Magnus winning another game.
Yeah, did you see that featured chat? Death, taxes, and Magnus winning a chess. That seems fair. Magnus just does it all the time. And 13.5 to 1.5. So Eric knew that this was going to be a tough one. He knew he was going to lose the match. But do you think he believed he'd get more than 1.5 points against Magnus?
I reckon you got to believe that, haven't you? Otherwise, why are you there? You've got to believe that you're going to score okay. You know, there's no point going into the match thinking I'm going to lose every game. I mean, Eric's not that kind of guy. You know, Eric's a great player, and on his day when things go right, he can score more points. Now the position here, I mean, I'd love to see another win from Eric, and this is a good chance, right? He seems to be doing okay. Magnus sacrificed the exchange, but it looks a bit dubious to me, Robert.
Yeah, because 2 exchanges. I was trying to quickly count what's the material.
Ooh,
it is 2 minor pieces for 2 rooks, but his knight is coming into d5 and maybe into e3 and c3, those kind of annoying squares. And look at the evaluation. How does Magnus do this, right? It still looks problematic for black. Oh, did he hang his rook?
Oh, he just drops his rook. Oh, no. Oh. Wow. Okay, I mean, how does Magnus do it, Robert? You were saying. I don't know. How does he do it?
I just watched it happen, and I still can't answer the question. And Magnus, normally he laughs when something like that happens. I think he's starting to feel a little bit bad.
Well, there's only 1:24 left, and they can get to the serious activity of more cocktails and enjoying the nightlife in Barcelona, which I'm sure they're both looking forward to doing very shortly. But a very powerful performance from Magnus, and just to remind everyone, it is double elimination, so Eric will have another chance, which is great, and Magnus will be progressing to the next round. And he's going to be playing the winner, and the winner seems to be decided in the other match.
Yeah, Min Lei, so strong. If he weren't alongside the match of Magnus Carlsen, we would have definitely been focusing on his games against Arjun Erigaisi. Arjun Erigaisi is a super grandmaster, one of the biggest prodigies on the planet. Signed a huge sponsorship deal that was worth, I believe, over $1 million. I think it was 1.5, if I'm remembering correctly. And we know that he is a superstar, not just in the making. He's currently a superstar. But look at Min go, Bishop A2 check. He wants to deliver a checkmate against that king, and he's looking for it. He wants to find it. And will he is the question. It looks like the answer might be no.
Yep. Not long to go now. Just have to reboot something quickly.
Oh, good. Min just wanted to reboot his brain because he walked into a checkmate. So he laughed about it. But looks like Magnus up 25 seconds against Eric in their final game. Probably going to win that one as well. And Min, he wants to win every game he plays, but he's down to pawn against Arjun in their final game. So we're looking at these 2 matches. It's been decided. Magnus Carlsen, huge winner over Eric Hansen. And Min Lei winning by 6 points right now, but he might lose this final game as well to make it a 5-point margin. He did just drop a piece there. So Min versus Magnus will be the case. But Arjun will probably make his presence felt in the loser's bracket. So Simon, Magnus doing Magnus things. It looks like Arjun lost his connection there, unfortunately. We'd love to get him back. But clever, Noir, MK, Min is having a wonderful time. Yes, indeed. So, Simon, last game here between Magnus and Eric.
Yeah, it's, great play from Magnus, and great play all round. I mean, like, it's great to see them also just enjoying that drink. And do you think we're going to be able to get an interview with one of them?
Oh, maybe both at the same time while they're making new drinks. I feel like that's commonplace for the chess bra scene. But right now, I think that Eric wants to forget about this match, and I know a way he can forget about it. I think, Simon, we can think of a few ways so his memory will be short term. Oh. Yeah, you got to get on with it. And we see in this matchup card, Magnus Carlsen, he wins against Eric Hansen. I think that final score was even higher than that, but 16.5, 1.5 was the final. And Min wins 11-6. So a great result for him. I think he's probably even going to be disappointed, and that's what happens when you're one of the best bullet players on the planet. So we know the matchup in the next round will be Magnus versus Min. We will try to bring in at least one of these players for an interview. Hopefully we can get Magnus and maybe Eric by his side as they drink cocktails and enjoy the Spanish scene. But for now, we're going to go to a quick break. We'll bring Simon back and an interviewee. So stay where you are. This is the Bullet Chess Championship. We'll be right back in just a few.
Hey everybody, it's Danny here, and as you may know, Chess.com and Chessable are now one, and I'm here to show you how you can make your Chess.com and Chessable one in just a few clicks. To start, let's log in and connect our Chess.com account. I just scroll right here above the browser and click Login. Scroll down and click Continue with Chess.com. Now, if you're already logged into Chess.com, it's just going to ask you if you want to approve that connection. I'm going to say yes, sir. But after approving, it'll bring you right back to the Chessable homepage. Now, the Puzzle Connect feature can be found under Tools, and you click Puzzle Connect. Now, what that does after you type in your username is it's going to pull positions from the games you played on Chess.com, create your very own personalized Chessable course, and then quiz you with the positions where you may have missed the best move. And the more you play on Chess.com, the more games it will have to quiz you as long as your account stays connected. It's pretty sweet, and it's going to help you get better learning from the mistakes in your games. Yes, this is a pro feature at Chessable, but if you go to chessable.com/link, you can get 30 days of Pro for free. Do you wish playing a chess game with a friend was as easy as sending them a text? Well, good news. Now it is. With Chess.com's new iMessage app, you can start and play a game directly in iMessage. Your friend doesn't even need a Chess.com account. It's just tap and play. Head over to go.chess.com/iMessage or use the command iMessage in chat to learn more.
Chess.com's game review recently got a major update. Here are 4 key notes. At the end of each game review, you will now see a summary of the game from your coach, your performance rating for that game, and a quick grade for you and your opponent in the opening, middle game, and end game. We've added a new classification called miss for when a move fails to take advantage of an opportunity, but it is otherwise a sound move. We've also changed the definition of blunder. Now a move will only be considered a blunder if it loses material or allows a checkmate. Coach will now draw arrows and highlight squares when you hover over or click on the highlighted words in the move explanation. This should make move explanations easier to follow. Finally, Coach's explanations will now reference specific pieces and threats in the explanations, making move explanations much more intuitive. The new game review experience is available on chess.com right now.
And we return with both participants in the matchup. Magnus, gonna have to start with you. First of all, congrats. And my first question for you is it bittersweet to defeat your friend, or do you relish the opportunity to take down people you're close to?
No, my only regret was that I was hoping to get a clean sweep, and that didn't happen. No, it's fine. One of us had to go through, and I'm happy that it's me.
And the burning question that we had here, hi guys, hope you're doing all right, is what was the cocktail?
I don't know. You'll have to ask some of the other members of the Chessbra community.
Yeah. Okay. I think we need clarification on this. So, can we get clarification? Obviously, it's a non-alcoholic orange juice or something, probably.
Yeah, obviously it's a mocktail.
Yeah. Mocktail Monday. Mocktail all the way.
It looked delicious. That's what we were talking about it throughout a lot of the broadcast. But Eric, question for you. You've been on tour now. You've been, maybe away from playing so much bullet chess. Was it, just thrown back into the Lions for you, or have you been doing something behind the scenes to prepare for players like Magnus and Bullet?
No, originally the tournament was scheduled like a week or a week and a half from now, so I knew I'd have a bit of a buffer to try to go home, play some Bullet, try to get back into it. But the way it was scheduled, didn't sleep last night, just got here on plane, and we have a pretty big crew. We're having a good time, but I haven't been on the computer on chess.com or anything much this week. So I was just hoping to. Sometimes when you're a little rusty, you don't think as hard and you can play intuitively, but it didn't really click for me today. It was just straight from the airport to the hotel, and definitely tough to balance.
Seems like you've both been pretty busy recently, right? Eric, you've been touring around Europe, and Magnus, you've been playing quite a lot of chess and raving at the same time. Are you still got lots of energy at the moment?
No, I actually I got in an hour earlier than Eric and the boys, so I had a little more time to get a nap before playing, so that helped a bit. But I think the energy will come by being here in Spain in the sun.
Definitely, and well, Magnus, you're playing Min tomorrow in the next matchup. How do you feel about that? Min obviously is a very strong bullet player.
Yeah, it depends. When is the tournament? Because I was hoping to catch the Chessbra viewer tournament live tomorrow as well. And I heard, these are rumors, but I heard there are other participants from the Bullet Championship. Not only Eric, who might be participating in this tournament. So I'm hoping to be able to do both. Seriously though, I think Min is he's a very strong player, really fast in scramble. Also has a good positional feeling, really resourceful. So he's a tough opponent.
And Eric, how's your energy levels? Because you've been on the tour for a while now. You feeling like you got good energy, Eric?
I got rejected to Berghain every day this weekend, and I put a lot of effort
Oh no, Eric!
Tonight, so I could save that for another time, but I need the sun to give me some energy for sure. It was Berlin was an interesting weekend, but I don't think I saved enough juice for the Bullet. But okay, I was just expecting to do a bit better. Magnus has been playing really well recently, anyways, online, and Bullet's one of those games you have to put a lot of time in, or at least get into form. It's not something you can just jump into the pool and then expect to have those instincts ready. So hoping obviously to do better next time. But we are on tour right now, hosting some events, so kind of in a different headspace than ideal, but I love playing bullet, and even having a chance to play in like a really strong event with all the top players like this is still good, and there's still a losers bracket. So after today's result, hopefully that wakes me up a little bit and I can get some practice in before the next match. So yeah, that's it's at least losing to Magnus is kind of expected. There's some beatable players in the field, but I definitely felt my back was against the wall right at the start today.
Yeah, I think that's fair, Eric. And of course, you got another match tomorrow in the losers bracket. And Magnus, I mean, big picture here. It's your first time playing in the Bullet Chess Championship. Everyone's excited about it. Alireza was excited about it. Everyone's, just been talking. It's great to play you. How do you feel about being in the Bullet Chess Championship, having a swing at Hikaru, Alireza, Tang, Naroditsky, and everybody else?
No, I spoke about it a little bit a few days ago, that I think I'm a little bit too slow. If I was playing from home and I was in good shape, I think I would have a good chance. But right now, I feel like I'm probably a pretty significant underdog against Hikaru and Alireza. But we'll see.
I'm sure after a couple of nights out, you will get your energy and maybe a new mouse, and things will just flow. So. And Eric, you've got to do better getting to those clubs in Berlin, but that's a chat for another day, yeah?
You didn't help me, Simon. I was struck out this weekend, and the few also didn't. So I'm not sure what accessories to add. It's definitely not more chess players, that's for sure.
No, I didn't really help last time either. So anyway, have a good time, yeah?
Yeah, we don't want to keep you any longer, guys. Have a great one. Well, that was Magnus and Eric both together having a good time, despite the fact that they had to face off and there could only be one winner. But we see that Magnus moves on to play against Min. Min was great against Arjun Erigaisi, won by 5 in the end. And Simon, I really like the show of appreciation and respect that Magnus has for Min. He was talking about going out, having a good time, and they will do all that. But he also was like, this guy is serious, and he's great in time scramble, so he knows that tomorrow will be a tough test.
Yeah, I think that's a really nice thing. It's a nice thing that Magnus does often when he respects someone. He will say that. And talking that way, I mean, that's a good accolade, isn't it? Having the best player in the world say those things will give you a lot of confidence. And the match tomorrow, you never know if Magnus is out late and he can't get the right mouse. Things could go wrong there, and I thought that was a nice interview. That was a fun interview anyway, I think there, Robert. So, good to hear.
Yeah, I think if we were off air, we would ask some different questions, but we'll save those for a later time. It seems like they're, with the film crew, with a bunch of people, they'll have a nice time of it in Spain. But speaking of nice time, speaking of fun, the fun does not stop just because Magnus has already played his match. Coming up right now will be Anish Giri against Jaspom, Jose Martinez. And then we have Hikaru Nakamura, the top seed in the entire bracket, taking on qualifier Amin Ohanyan, who's played in the Junior Speed Chess Championship, who's working his way towards the Grandmaster title. He's nearly 2,500 FIDE in classical chess. So, Simon, 2 excellent matchups. I think Hikaru, undeniably, the very heavy favorite. I would be surprised if that one's close. But let's talk about Giri versus Martinez. That one, at least on paper, should be a tight battle.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you picked this match out at the start, didn't you, Robert, as being maybe your match of the day and one of the closest ones, because obviously Jose has a great track record, is incredibly quick. This is his format. But then you've got Anish, who is Anish Giri, one of the strongest classical players in the world, and also a very good bullet player. So it could go either way, we feel.
And the chat agrees. They said 51% of them said that Jose was the favorite to win. They thought that he's going to take it, and then 49% for Anish. So that is as close as it gets besides 50-50. So Anish Giri, Super Grandmaster, Tata Steel winner, takes on this man on the screen in front of you. That's Jose Martinez. I like the blue curtain, Simon. I think that brings nice color to the room for Jaspom. But Jose, he is a beast. He's won 2 bullet brawls. Call him a brawler. He is ready for a slugfest, and he'll have that today against Giri.
100%. I think that's going to be a very interesting match, and just that vote of 49% against 51, I think that just shows how close everyone thinks that match will be. And it's also obviously fantastic to have Hikaru coming up as well. We've just seen Magnus, and now we've got Hikaru. I mean, what more can we want in the chess world? And if you think players are fast, then wait until you watch the monster Hikaru in action, right? I mean, he's unbelievable.
He really is. The final boss, as people like to call him, because he's always in the last round, maybe in the last man standing throughout most of these events, but he will have a tough slate of opposition ahead, and he starts off with Amino Hanyan. But I have to get back to Giri and Jose Martinez. And I think the biggest difference between Anish and the other super grandmasters that are not Firouzja, Magnus, and Hikaru, like the Fabianos, the Arjun Erigaisi's, is that Anish is actually really good at bullet. He's very fast. He's playing bullet quite regularly. He's taking a break. I was just messaging with him yesterday, but I think for Anish, he is going to come prepared, and he is not going to back down against the brawler that is Jose Martinez. So we're off. The games are underway. We'll get our two boards seen up, and I think we'll see the moves just appear on screen very fast.
Yes, and they are off. And the first game is a good indication of just getting a little bit of a safety net. You kind of want to win the first game. It's actually quite important because you just get that little confidence boost. And already looking at the games, Anish playing very aggressively, opening up the H file there.
Look at the clock, by the way. Anish is playing aggressively. He's also a speed demon. He's up 10 plus seconds on Joswam, and he wants queen h6 check going for mate. It doesn't pan out, so instead he's forced to just trade pieces. He's down a pawn, so better position for Jose. But Simon, I guess, how do we weigh that? That's a very important question, is how do you weigh a material or a positional advantage in exchange for a clock advantage?
It's something I never get right, Robert. I mean, you've got to play quickly, but you've got to... I mean, what my mistake is probably not realising when the critical moments are there, and that's when you've got to spend that extra couple of seconds just to make sure you calculate it well. And, you know, going back to the board here, Anish probably still getting into the right sort of vibe for this. He's playing very quickly, and I was thinking his position's really bad, but maybe he has some chances here, because the Black King is quite weak in this position. It's a really interesting position.
Yeah, I mean, Jostrom is down in exchange. Down in exchange. I was right. I saw one of the rooks disappear, but they both did for both sides. And so it's going to be a big battle there. By the way, Hikaru won the first game. He did a little bit of a finger point because he forked his opponent's king and queen. And now in game 2, it looks like it's all Hikaru there as well. But okay, Anish dropped his rook, but look at the clock. Simon, look at how much more time Anish had, and he was able to make a draw because of it.
Yeah, that might be a strategy. He realises he needs to try here, that he needs to play much quicker than he normally does. And it'll be interesting. Anish is very famous for his brilliant openings. He's a great opening player. And on the other hand, Jose has opening systems. He doesn't play a lot of theory, Jose. He just wants to get a position he can play. You'd imagine, therefore, that Anish has the advantage at the start of the game. And I think you can sort of, is it working here for Anish? I don't know. But looks fairly even, no matter what the evaluation bar says. Well, it says it's even here as well. It'll be a close match, this one.
It certainly will be. I'm looking at this clock. I'm looking at the board. Clock says about even. Position says about even. But, wow, a pawn was just given up on h6. But I guess look at the counterplay that Anish is getting against the e4 pawn. Although he took with a c5 knight, so he doesn't even want that pawn, Simon. He's playing around it. But maybe that was a wrong choice.
Yeah. This move, though, very dangerous for Black here, and okay, finds a way out of it, and fairly even this position, even now after the tactics have happened, and they're moving at incredible pace here at this moment in time. We can just feel this match is just every point's going to count in it, and didn't win material that one, but the Black Rook now getting into the position, and Black is better here.
Yeah, Black's winning a pawn. It's actually 2 extra pawns on the queen side compared to 1 extra on the king side. Joswam is the one ahead on the clock. Joswam is Jose. That's his chess.com username. And we see people rooting for him in his featured chat. But right now, it's all Anish in the position, but on the clock, it's all Jose. And I think Anish is there just in time. Either you go rook h1 to stop the h-pawn, or you can bring your king back if you didn't push it right away. It's going to be, at least it should be, Simon, a win for Anish. Just push the pawns. Get a queen.
Yeah, he should have enough time here. He's got 7 seconds. He just needs to finish it off, and now he can pretty much pre-move all the way. He's using his king. Look at the speed they're moving at. Phenomenal. But this is a nice strategy. You can pre-move your way to the victory there.
What did I tell you? That Anish, unlike some of his fellow Super Grandmasters, he has the mouse speed. And by the way, Hikaru Nakamura out to a 2.5 lead. He is cruising. Of course, we will see plenty of Hikaru throughout this, but I believe that Anish versus Jose, that is our marquee matchup of the opening round of the winner's bracket.
Yeah, I feel we're going to see a lot more of Hikaru in this competition. It's always nice to see the way he plays, so I'm sure we get back to that one soon. But this match at the moment, well, maybe a slight surprise for some people that Anish takes the lead now. And Jose here getting a very solid position, but very equal position as well at the moment.
Yeah, and we're going to hear the jokes about Anish making draws, all that stuff. But I actually think keeping it solid, keeping it closed, it can favor the quicker player. Despite the fact that he may be lower rated in classical chess, is that Jose can maneuver quicker. He's got that mouse speed. And right now it's completely level, Simon. But look at Anish trying to bring that king up. His king is first to the center.
Yeah, king, very important piece in the ending. And also white has this useful open c-file. He now comes in with the check and he gets behind that pawn, winning an important pawn there. And one of Anish's real skills is in the endgame. There's him, there's Magnus Carlsen. They're probably the two best endgame players. And as soon as I say that, he drops a pawn, of course. And we now go into, well, a drawn position. Are they going to try to flag each other here? I mean, you might as well if you've got more time. And black has the time advantage.
And see that move f4? He gave away a pawn. He jettisoned it, but he was trying to wait for that pre-move rook back to e3. So that is what the best bullet players do, is that they know that they're not risking losing by that decision, but you can actually win. And Anish doing the same. Just take that pawn, have it. But he's going back and forth, back and forth. I think Jose might be a little bit too fast, Simon.
Yeah, but Anish is quick, right, as well. I didn't think Anish would be this quick, and he's got a time advantage now, Anish. Maybe he's going to flag Jose. I did not expect this. One of the quickest players ever.
Oh, they're both making bad moves in their time trouble, but Anish does secure the draw. And Simon, maybe you're right, that I really thought that Jose would be the fastest of the two, and he might be in the long run, but Anish just proved to everybody that he can outpace his opponent.
That's right. I mean, that was, if you needed proof, that was proof just how quick Anish can be. He knows how to pre-move. He knows a lot of the tricks. He's obviously been practicing quite hard. And the score line at the moment still incredibly close. Just 1 point in it.
Yes. And I think for Jose, who has won a couple bullet brawls, and you think, what does that mean? He's been ahead of Hikaru, of Danya. Andrew Tang plays in those. Magnus also joins the party. So, I mean, Jose has really done his work. But right now, look at this position. It's Anish up a pawn, ahead on the clock. Anish happens to look like the stronger of the two bullet players right now.
He is. He's looking very, very good. I never thought Anish should be a bullet player. I mean, I don't know why I didn't assume Anish should be a bullet player. You mentioned these jokes about Anish being a very drawish player earlier on, and I have to say, I think that's a little bit unfair on Anish. If we watch his games, he's actually a very aggressive player. I mean, he had all draws in one candidates, but apart from that, his style of chess is aggressive. Saying that, black and Anish is in charge here, Robert.
Yeah, Anish is playing wonderfully. He's also well ahead on the board, up a piece, well ahead on the clock, and you saw Jose kind of wave it off. That's the white flag. I resign. Anish now up 2 points. So Amino Hanyan, he's also playing in this one against Hikaru Nakamura, and that might not be the spread that people expect. So let's go back to our two-board scene when we get the chance, because Nakamura is ahead, Simon, but look at the score. It's only a 1 point lead.
That is not a big lead. I expected this could even be a whitewash, but Amin is playing incredibly good chess
and he won again.
Far. I mean, he won again. Wow, is it 2.5 all? That could be an amazing upset, right? So, okay, it's a very close match anyway going on there, and we'll update the scores quickly, but Amin putting in some performance at the moment.
Yeah, I think so it actually is Hikaru who's getting those wins. We did have a misunderstanding based on the camera. Sorry about that, everybody. But it looks like Hikaru 4.5, 1.5. So it was a victory, at least one, thus far for Amino Hanyan. That's still to his credit. But now it does seem like Hikaru is in charge.
I love that. There's a comment in the chat saying, okay, it's all back to normal now. And that's kind of what we expect when Hikaru is playing that scoreline. of dominating. And here he has the extra queen. Black's trying to get a blockade in the position, but there's certainly no blockade as of yet.
Wow. Anish Giri up against Jose Martinez. Hikaru, he's in the driver's seat against Amin Ohanian. As you mentioned, a blockade would be necessary for Amin Ohanian to draw this game. But I don't know why. I feel like I always call him his full name. Now that I'm just saying it so much, I can't just say one name. It's Amin Ohanian to me. But let's just call him Ohanian. He is doing really well, Simon, against Hikaru to try to hold the fort.
Yeah, he's playing very well. But there you go. A couple of pawns dropping there. He's getting strong counterplayed over the queenside pawns, and the computer actually thinks that this position is equal, this ending that Hikaru and Amina got there. And, you know, am I right in thinking it means, I say only, but he's only an international master? Is that right? Look at the confusion on both players' faces. Amin dropping the rook there. Painful loss of a rook.
He is an IM title only. He's well on his way to the GM title. He's a teenager. He played in the Junior Speeches Championship. He also has at least 2 GM norms to his name, as far as I'm aware. Might already be 3. That's the progress that these kids make these days. But right now, Hikaru, he's bopping his head. You know, he's feeling the music, and he is up by 4 points. Whereas the other matchup, Simon, it's very close.
It's very close. And one more thing about Amin, he's got a bit of Eric Hansen about him, right? Is he? We're not sure that he's connected to Eric. Is he not his long lost brother there or something? They look quite similar to me, you know, very similar. But the Jose versus the Anish match is so close, and I think you can just tell by their body language how much they are focusing, and they realise how close this match will be. Jose with the attack here. What's happening? There's something happening. He's not sure with his hand what's going on.
Yeah, what is happening? Because Jose, if what we have on screen is correct, it looks like he just won the game by checkmate.
Yeah.
But he seemed flustered by something that was happening. So I would love to receive word. We'll, of course, ask our team. They're working hard behind the scenes to figure this out. But, yeah, Jose did not look pleased.
No, and this win should take the match to 3-3. You can't get any closer than that. And this is the closest match. Robert, you're so good at calling matches. You called this match out of every single match, and it looks like the one that is going to be the closest. Maybe there's some freeze here. I'm sure we'll get on top of it very soon. Whatever's happening there.
Yeah, as they figure it out, let's go back to Hikaru and Ohanian here. They're still... Oh, rook takes a6! Oh my gosh, what was that?
Wow, what happened there? Did Hikaru blunder?
I mean, that was a pawn capture on a6, but the rook was defending it, so that seemed like a terrible mistake.
You literally blink and you miss all the action. It's just typical. And okay,
Hikaru was black in that game, by the way, so the cameras are flipped.
Okay.
But I think there are a lot of things happening with Jose and Anish as well. So that was a win for Hikaru. He is now up 5.5, 1.5, it would seem. So while Jose and Anish are figuring things out, it seems like there are some technical issues. So to be transparent with you, we are going to take a quick break. But when we return, it's going to be more from the Bullet Chess Championship. You will not want to miss the conclusion of today's action between Anish Giri and Jose Martinez, and Hikaru Nakamura and Amin Ohanian. We'll be back soon. We apologize for the delay, but we are back, and it looks like Hikaru Nakamura is thriving. 9F, 1F over Amino Hanyan. And then we see that in the other matchup, Jose Martinez, down in the bottom right, he leads 6-3 against Anish Giri. Simon, if I'm remembering correctly, it was 3-1 in Anish's favor. That means 5 wins in a row for Jose.
Yeah, Jose's really rolling now. I mean, Anish was playing great. It looked like Anish was actually dominating a little bit there, but Jose back in the match with double Anish's points. So if Anish has got to have any chances here, he's got to win this game and get a roll going himself.
Yeah, and he's got a great position. He just won a rook, so I think that's game over in Anish's favor. And for Jose, you don't resign. Remember we saw Danya doing that earlier, Simon, where he would just sip on some water, take his time, then eventually lose the game. Jose, not perhaps looking at the match clock, 11 minutes, 50 seconds left. You kind of want to waste that time.
Yeah, that would have been certainly better match strategy, just to try to let the clock go down when you have an advantage on the scoreboard. Because the more games you play, the more chances you give your opponent to catch up. And I've been watching the chess. It's been very, very close between these two, as you called it, Robert. Anish has been playing some nice positional chess, but Jose's been up to the task. You know, he's very quick. He doesn't give much away in the way he plays. You know, he's got a very solid style, Jose, and it's very hard to break him down. And we're getting lots of these positions, lots of these kind of middle game, end game positions where Jose is playing fantastic. So close match though, still time left.
Very close match, and it will serve as a good reminder. It's win by 2. So all Anish Giri needs to do is cut the deficit to 1 point. When the time elapses, then you get another chance. So a 2-point deficit, he's right there. Although rook takes d4, that was a blunder from Anish. As soon as I was saying what he needs to get done, he is maybe not doing it.
Yeah, that's a big mistake from him because, you know, it's going to be 3 points. I think if you're in grasp at like 2 points, maybe 3 points, with, you know, some time left, it's okay, but as soon as it starts going out your grip, it's downhill. The position now, though, is still a bit messy. White has this very strong pass pawn.
Yes, Anish could have repeated moves, but instead he's playing for a win. He's maybe realizing, Simon, that he is the faster player in the time scrambles. I really can't believe I'm saying that because of how quick Jospim is, but look at the clock. Suddenly Anish is up a couple seconds.
Yep. He's up, and that is very important at this stage, but they are repeating the position, I think. Is that right? It looks like that one's a draw, so...
You know, I think it's one of those moments that Anish might regret. He could have gone for the flag. It wasn't even endgame. They both knew that it should be a draw, but there's no should-be's in Bullet. It's chaos. You cannot control a lot of things when you're just throwing pieces around without even looking what your opponent's doing. But Anish, with the black pieces here, I mean, look at this position from Jossum. I think that Jose should be happy about the opening.
Yeah, he's picked up a pawn now as well. More exchanges coming in, and more importantly, he's got some very nice squares for his rooks here. There's one square, and there's another square. Well, that's a killer. You have to play this move, but now your king is so exposed.
Wait, rook takes f4! Rook takes f4! You can't take the rook back!
Oh, rook takes f4. Can you see it? He's played it. H5, keeping the king closed.
Yeah,
oh no, then the rook drops. Oof.
So is this rook takes rook and the queen g7 check and h7? You might get a queen over there.
Maybe h7 straight away as well, Robert. And he's played it. Same idea here. Just trying to push the pawn through. That was... Oh, look at his face. I see it.
Yeah, we both noticed it. Jose was kind of like, what was I doing? But yeah, I'm getting the win.
I love that. He drops a rook, but he still wins the game. I feel that could have been a key game, Robert. I mean, there's 8 minutes and a half left, but he's taken the lead to 3 points now. Can you come back from a 3-point lead?
You can, because, you know, we'll keep reminding people, you just need to cut it to 1. It's win by 2, so as long as Anish can make it to a 1-point deficit, he has a chance. But look at this position. Really nice. For white, bishop pair, open space. But there are no clear targets in black's position, and that means you're going to struggle to find an actual plan besides having an aesthetically pleasing position.
This is kind of how the match has been going between these two. I mean, a lot of the time Anish is getting a slight advantage. The 2 bishops, like nice, slightly nicer pawn structure, pawn in the middle. But Jose is very solid, and he's just repeating. Look at the knight going backwards and forwards. He's basically saying to Anish, right, you've got to do something. How are you going to do it? And then he repeats again, and he just waits for Anish to do something that he can take advantage of. And it's a weird style. Very strange style, Robert.
Yeah, he's kind of wriggling his way out of tough moments. And for Anish, I mean, this is the type of position where, oh, look at that, he caught him. I was about to say, you might want to take on D5 and try to catch him, and he did catch him because Jose was pre-moving.
Yeah, and that's the danger of playing this way. If you pre-move all the time, you can easily blunder, and he's doing the right thing, though, now. He's making the clock drag out a little bit. He might as well play until the last seconds. Of course, Anish will win this game. But got a knight with check. Crafty move there.
That was awesome, because getting a queen doesn't change the result. So you might as well force Anish to waste a couple seconds getting his king out of check.
Yeah, that was crafty. I like that. Every second counts. And he's running his time down there. And now the deficit is only 2 games, I think. Really close. Hikaru is dominating. He's up to 15.5 points. That's more points than anyone else has scored. I mean, the match is not close there. That's why we're concentrating on this one, because this could even be a playoff. All that Anish needs to do is win one more game.
That's right. I mean, Hikaru is just cruising right now, completely dominating that matchup. Credit to him. He's such a beast. But we're locked in on this matchup. It is very close. 2-point lead for Jose Martinez. And look at the clock in this game. This is what... it's not a pawn blunder because the queen is on F2. But look at Jose. I think he's just looking at this match right now, Simon. He wants to burn clock, but he also wants to beat Anish on the clock. He's up 10 seconds.
Yeah. I mean, again, very solid position. And it's Jose. You might think that Anish would be the player trying to keep things more solid, but Jose is keeping everything under control and just trying not to give too much away. This position, of course, is equal. Anish trying to get in with his queen, but it's the time now which is important. There's only 5.5 minutes left of the match. Jose is 2 points up. Anish just has to avoid losing this game, and then he's got to win the next one, right? I mean, it's the only strategy I can suggest here. But in actual fact, it's looking a bit better for Anish now.
Oh, it's looking much better, because look at the king on H4. King F3 would be met by Queen G1. So he steals a pawn. His king runs away. And if you're Anish, you might even make a draw here. He's not going to, because he's up a pawn and wants to win. But you know what I mean, Simon? Sometimes you just allow the repetition to avoid the loss.
That's right. And, I mean, it's a great chance, though. I mean, if he wins this one, he's got 12 seconds. Can he do it in time? I mean,
yes.
So far, we've seen Anish moving very quickly, but it's going to come down to the clock. Keep an eye on the clock, everyone.
Queen C4, and gets a queen. He's now up a queen, and running out of checks is Jose Martinez. Anish gets it.
They do it. Brilliant play from Anish. That was a really important game, Robert. 1 point in it with 4.5 minutes to go. This is insanely close.
Yeah, and Anish has been proving throughout the match that he can keep up on the clock, and that's what a lot of the underdogs have been unable to do. So this, I mean, it's the 8-9 matchup for a reason. They are very, very close, and Jose has his work cut out for him.
Yes, he does, and he goes straight in with his normal opening here. More pieces on the board in this one. The queen's still on. Fairly even at the moment. The valuation bar doesn't think so. Maybe there was some tricks there, but this is a good strategy, pushing the H-pawn. Quite a modern way of playing. You've always got some ideas around your opponent's king then. And he's blundered. Yeah. He's blundered. Sorry, Robert, I didn't see that. He's blundered a piece.
You're fine. I mean, Jose didn't see it. I didn't see it. I just saw the eval bar go sky high. It's because Bishop E3 hit the queen and the knight in a row, and now it's another piece.
Wow. Unbelievable. Maybe has he managed to save that piece there? He has. But it's still one piece. Anish should win this game, and it will be equal on points with only a couple of minutes to go.
Bishop
so close, this match.
Look at this. E6 next, and it's just mate. Like the black king is just completely checkmated over there.
Beautiful play. And there it is, the Arabian checkmate. 7.5 all. We have to stay on this match. Just a quick update. Hikaru's just dominating in the other one, as Hikaru does.
Hikaru is just so good. Like, it's funny how we haven't even had time to look at that match because this one's been so close, but Hikaru is running away. He ran away from the start, 19.5, 1.5, the highest score of the day. But in this one, Simon, it's tied up right now. Anish has the black pieces. He's the better pawn structure, but Jose has the bishop pair. Can White get some kind of attack going? It doesn't really look like it to my eyes.
It looks like a very solid pawn structure. What you need to do in these situations where things are quite static is look for your pawn break. And neither side really has a good pawn break, right, Robert? I mean, White can try f4. That's not going to help his structure. There he goes. He plays the f4 break. The problem with this one is the black knight now has a great square in the center of the board. So if anyone's better, it's going to be Anish yet again here.
I mean, just excellent play from Anish. Quick play, but Jose still ahead on the clock. And he's keeping all the pawn breaks under control. This bishop reroutes to the c6 square. Will attack the e4 pawn. You have to be very careful for Jose with that knight trying to come to c5 as well.
And the pawn drops in the middle. This is a horrible run for Jose. Anish is in turbo drive. The white king is so weak here. Black's piece is looking great. The knight can come into the middle at some point. So White trying to get his king safer. Okay, it's got a bit better for him now. Great maneuver there, getting rid of that knight, and all of a sudden White's winning.
Yeah, the piece on e4 drops because the knight f6 was removed. MVL, we see you. What's up, Maxime? Saying Anish, my goat. But unfortunately, he lost that game as soon as you walked into the chat. So for Anish, he needs to not lose this game. If he loses, the match is over. If he draws, we get extra time, Simon. And so Anish better have looked at the rules. I know players, they don't always look at the format and the rules, but he better have checked them out coming into the Bullet Chess Championship.
This is the game, isn't it? This is the big one. As you say, Robert, if Anish just doesn't lose this game, it will go into overtime. If Anish loses this game, Jose takes the match. You've got to be 2 points up. As you go on. Hello to MVL as well and everyone else in the chat. Seems like we've got a nice crew there. Hope you're doing all right, MVL. And things are good for you.
Yeah, we're always, a fan of when Maxime plays. And, ooh, 95, winning a pawn. So you see Jose, he's very disappointed by what just happened. F7 hanging. If you push the pawn, G6 falls. Anish takes a pawn, and he's up a couple seconds. Now the time's even. Simon, this is a position that could come down to the top. Knight H8, what is that?
It's beautiful. That's what it is. You put your knight in the most stupid square on the board, and you dominate the center of the board. I mean, it's nice play, right?
That was beautiful. He just takes on f6. He brings his king back, or he pushes the pawn because he's starting to win e5. The queen side will win the game for Anish Giri.
Yeah, and there you go. And the score is, I think that's it. We're into overtime. Oh, is this the last game?
No. I think you're right. It doesn't matter either way because you have to win by 2. So these players get no rest. I think this is a good thing, Simon. We don't like to be taken out of rhythm as chess players. So breaks and bullet actually are more of a distraction than anything.
Maybe Jose would like to be taken out of rhythm here because it's going against him, right? He could do the rest. And you need to get a 2-point lead, just to remind everyone. And oh my words. What's he done? He just blundered a piece.
Yeah, he blundered the knight on c4 because the queen on d2 was loose, and he is beside himself. So you're right, Simon. I kept saying you want to keep playing, you want to be in the rhythm, but the rhythm is only going Anish's way right now.
It is, and look at Anish's concentration. He looks so absorbed into the game. This should be his game, and if Anish wins this game, he just needs to win the next one. There was a nice idea there. It looked like rook takes pawn was going to be checkmate, but White could take with check there. This is a much better way of doing it. It's going to be a whole rook up there. Last trick there from Jose. The next game key, Robert.
Yeah, and for Jose, if he knows the rules, a draw is okay. You just cannot lose the game. It's hard to even draw in bullet with no increment because the time scrambles. You don't know what's going to happen there. But we see that it's a 1-point lead suddenly for Anish Giri in the driver's seat. But do they know? That's what I really am wondering. They must know that it's both double elimination and win by 2.
They must know the rules. I mean, I'm pretty sure they looked this up beforehand. I mean, it'd be a big blunder if they didn't. And this is the tense match because, White wins. It's game, match, over. Jose needs to get a result here. I prefer White's position, though, because he's got the 2 bishops. he's got this hold on the queen side. If you look at the pawns on the queen side, white's pawn over there, now the bishop coming in to support it, gives this grip on the position.
Jose is so fast, though. He's up a couple seconds. And I mean, Anish, when he needs to turn on the jets, he does. Right now, the knight on c5 covering d7. Otherwise, the rook would infiltrate. The knight on b5 stopping any b4 pawn push because c3 would be hanging. So I like the way that Jose is handling this. Now the rooks are off. Simon, can white do anything because that pawn on b7 is locked in place?
Yeah, you look at black's pawns on the queen side. They're all on light squares. What does white have? White has a light square bishop. And that bishop can probe nearly every black pawn, and that's why white must have good chances in this ending. But knights are tricky pieces, right? We know in bullet chess just how dangerous they can be. And there's a check there. Oh. And look at that knight. The knight has come and taken a pawn, but how strong is the pawn on the edge of the board?
Yeah, it's a big question. You saw that?
Blundered it.
Anish is actually pre-moved, but he is up a little bit of time. We've seen him be very fast, but this is where Jose can shine. He has 10 seconds to Anish's 13. Can Jose get this done?
Jose does this, it will be equal in the match. He should be able to do it. He's playing quickly.
He should take the last pawn.
3 seconds left.
Take the last pawn. Okay, he does. He does just in time.
Can't lose now.
He's
up on time.
He's going to win. The knights are too tricky. Oh my goodness, what speed from the both. And Jose equals this matchup.
How quick was that at the end? Insanely quick. I mean, that was just crazy. So they are now level again. And you need that 2-point lead. Another big game.
And we need more MVL in the chat because, yeah, we are getting extra content for free. And this position, h3 was a free pawn. But, Simon, that's one of those pawns where you take it and then you immediately regret grabbing it.
Yeah, I mean, you take the pawn, but you might get checkmated. That was greedy. That seemed a little bit greedy to me. Because that bishop is also completely trapped. And there it goes. White is going to just take the bishop. That was a hot pawn. Way too hot.
Oh.
So Anish trying to generate some counterplay.
It's not enough, clearly. He's going to keep trying to throw. That knight's coming to c3, though, so it shouldn't be enough from the point of view of objective chess. But this is a bit annoying for white to deal with.
It is, and I think it's going to be who gets the attack. I like what white's done, though. White has closed the position down, and now it's white's turn to attack. That is a beautiful last move, and the black king will now be opened up. White putting his bishop, his light square bishop on that square. That was a brilliant idea. It's changed a bit again, though. Black is defending well.
Oh, but d7 is a threat, and rook takes g6, or pawn takes g6. This is just over because the f7 pawn was pinned. So this is simple at this stage for Jose. He pushes all of his pawns, and one of them will queen. So the good news for Anish, he still gets more games because it's win by 2. So maybe Anish thinks that he needs to keep playing this out. I would just resign. He has, and he is right back into the next bullet game.
Again, we have a must-win situation, but this time it is Anish who needs to win the game. And that must be a bit psychologically strange, Robert, don't you think? Because, before you had that safety barrier, there's no safety barrier for Anish anymore.
No, there isn't. And it's game 4 of 6 in the additional games. And if it's tied after the 6 games, as you see on the screen in front of you, then it becomes sudden death. So Anish, he needs to get this one. He needs to equalize this matchup, but because they can't play forever. Like if you're trading off victories and it's 1.0, it's like, in tennis with the advantage, the deuce. At some point, someone needs to win. And right now, it looks like Jose Martinez is in charge. But Anish, with the white piece in this game, I like it for him.
He's very good in the ending as well, Anish, and he's got a better pawn structure here. If you look at black's pawns over on the king side, that h-pawn of black's is a potential weakness. Black has done a great job of bringing his king over there. That was a clever maneuver, and now he's just trying to swap off pieces here.
Okay, so
time very equal as well.
Yeah, this knight comes to d3. There is bishop d6 that walks into rook d7 with a pin. The knight, I believe, is just better, and there it goes. f7's falling.
I think Anish is going to get this one.
He definitely should. He's just scooping a pawn. Oh, knight c4. That's the rook.
The rook drops. back to equal again.
Oh my gosh.
How many games have they played, Robert? I'm struggling to keep up with their score now.
Yeah, it's 10F, so 21 games played. Simon, it's great that this was the last match. You know, they say save the best for last. This is clearly our best match of the day.
Yeah, it is indeed. So do we need to have a 2-point lead still? That's what I'm trying to work out. Have they played 6 games yet? I'm not sure.
We know this is game 5, and we will not need a 2-point lead because as soon as the 6 additional games are up, if someone has the lead, I believe that ends the match. So right now, Anish playing very solidly. Both players have, frankly, been as solid as it gets. That rook on d5, though, that's annoying for black to deal with.
That's a lovely square for white in the center of the board, and Anish now kicking that rook away. But you can grab a pawn. Instead, he keeps it very simple and just activates his queen here. Slightly better for white, though, because you have this central square that you can potentially get your knight into. It's a bit unpleasant for black to play.
Agreed, and that's why Anish is pushing his pawns, but he's keeping d5 under control, f5 also under control. And only now, knight a4 is going to be a pain.
Good play from Anish. Clearly in the zone. The queens are coming off. Both players activating their kings here. And black definitely better because white has this useless extra pawn on the queen side, but black's extra pawn can become a pass pawn.
Yes, an a4 play.
Very nice. And look at white's knight. White's knight being dominated as well, Robert.
This is that super GM technique. Bortnyk is in the chat. What's up, Alexander? Saying, what a match. Awesome. I don't think this is awesome for Jose right now because black is actually up a pawn even though the material's even. Look at those queenside pawns. Well, now they're dropping off. Now it's 2 extra pawns for black. The A pawn, it's the little engine that could. That's promoting. Simon, you know what that's going to mean? If Anish can pull this off, Jose maybe... Oh, what a blunder!
Oh. What happened there?
He took and he allowed the knight to take back
and
check.
And it's changed again.
Oh my!
It's back to Anish winning with mate.
I can't believe it. My heart is palpitating. Wow. And you see that Jose shakes his head. He needs to win this game. It's the 6th game of additional overtime chess. If he does not win, then Anish Giri moves on in the winner's bracket.
So if it's a draw, does that mean Anish goes through as well?
I believe it does, yes.
It does. Okay, so Jose must win with the black pieces. The thing is, it's too quick to even say a sentence, Robert. As soon as we say a sentence, the evaluation has changed. That's how quick this match is.
This match has been so awesome to see. But right now, look at that knight in black's face. B5 is coming. Black plays instead. But now C6. Oof, what a positional eyesore.
Yeah, that's a big target for Anish's pieces. And he's dominating that side of the board. He gets a little tactic in there. He might have to go up the exchange though. Oh no, he's making more exchanges first.
But now knight c5, if d takes c5, there's still queen takes d5. These positions may still be decent for white because look at that c6 pawn. Those double rooks for black are staring into your own pawn, so they're defensive rather than aggressive pieces.
But it is still the exchange, and if black can ever activate his rooks, what you need to do when you've got the extra rook or the extra exchange is just open up files. So maybe a push of the pawn in the center at the right moment will allow one of the black rooks to get on an open file. Just open up the lines for your rooks. Don't worry if you lose a pawn doing it.
Yeah, and look at the clock. Jose is well ahead in time. He plays e5, f3 play, but that's not going to get it done. It looks like it's a winning ending for black. Maybe rook a4 at the right moment, trying to trade off those rooks could be good.
We could get a sudden death game after this. I mean, it looks like it's just an extra rook here. There's enough time. That means it's all in the next game, right? What if it's a draw? It just keeps going until one side wins, right?
That's correct. We have sudden death at this stage. And Anish, he knows he's losing this one. Do the players actually get a break or do they keep going? That's the big question.
They're not allowed a break. Straight in. They're gladiators. You can't give them a break. So whoever wins the next game will go through to the next round.
Oh my God. I'm nervous, honestly. It's not even my match. I'm just commentating. But I feel the energy, the jitters from the players. And right now, we have a situation like we saw before, Simon. White has these double pawns. Black has a healthier pawn structure. But this position, it says it's about even according to the engines. And now we have different minor pieces for each side.
I bet we get 6 draws in a row now. That would be just to keep the tension going. This match has been so tense so far, and who's better here? I mean, I like Black because he's controlling the open file. Black has the better pawn structure, and his knight looks good. So even though the evaluation bar says it's even, Black has the better pieces. I suppose the Black king is a bit weaker, though. Oh, and he's blundered a pawn. You can see Anish clearly really annoyed with that move. He's given away a very important pawn. White has now 2 strong pawns. Oh dear, Robert, that was a major mistake there.
It was, and you could see it in his eyes. Like, his eyes lit up as soon as he allowed queen a7 first, and then he allowed this queen trade. And now it's all Jose, and this is going to be disappointing. Look at the white pawns. They've stopped all of Black's pawns from moving.
Yeah, got a great blockade with the white pawns. Jose looks so focused at the moment, not showing any emotion. If he can get the king into the position, it's got to be game over. And look at the white king. The white king is just munching. Munch, munch, munch.
Yeah.
It's a hungry king, and I think that's going to be it.
Wow, what a match that was. Jose, look at it. Look at him celebrate there, and he deserves every ounce of that celebration. You could tell he put his entire heart and soul, every last ounce of energy into those final stretch of games. So congratulations to Jose Martinez, who advances to the winners quarterfinal.
Yeah, that was amazing. That was what our Bullet Chess Championships are about. Close matches, fighting chess. You've got to feel a bit sorry for Anish. It could have gone either way, that match, but Jose kept his cool the better in that tensing.
Well-deserved victory for Jose Martinez. And what's craziest of all is you look at the score between Anish and Jose. They played 7 extra games, and those 7 extra games equals Hikaru's total, right? Both matches were 24 games. Hikaru just won so many games so quickly that he got to 22 and a half. So, Simon, that is absolutely ridiculous what Hikaru was able to accomplish today.
Yeah, I mean, getting that many wins on the board in the time half an hour, I mean, it just shows you how quick Hikaru is at moving and how good he is at moving as well. So, Hikaru clearly on good form. And I think a pretty good first day, Robert, don't you? Pretty exciting chess today.
I love how you're playing it down. You just want even more excitement tomorrow, but that was such a great opening day. And it's not over just yet, because while we'll look at the bracket right now, in a few minutes we'll also be joined by Jose Martinez for an interview. But we see at the top of the bracket there, Hikaru Nakamura, he crushed it. He is going to take on Jose Martinez, who had the stiffest test of the first round, taking on Anish Giri. That match was a nail-biter that we were just having the privilege to witness. But that matchup should be fun tomorrow between Hikaru and Jose. And the journey does not end for Anish Giri, because there is double elimination, there is a loser's bracket, and we see Anish takes on Amin Ohanian. I think Anish is the favorite down on the bottom over there. He played so well in that match today.
Yes, he did. He played really well. I mean, I guess he's got to get over that loss. He's going to be very disappointed, as you are. But I mean, he's been in this situation many times before. And yeah, that was really the closest match of the day by quite some margin. The other matches went one way by a big margin, I'd say. And Hikaru, the player of the day, who we think playing the best chess, getting the biggest score.
I think between maybe Andrew Tang, you really loved his chess early today, and he beat Andreikin. So I feel like between the two of them, it's hard to pick just one. But I'm with you that this has been a stellar performance from the better seeds. They all went on to win, but that last match between Jose Martinez and Anish Giri was that close. We will be joined by Jose on the flip side of this break. Do not go anywhere.
Have a friend or family member who loves chess? Gift them a Chess.com membership today and see them take their game to the next level. You can choose a gold, platinum, or diamond membership for 1 month or 1 year. Want your gift to arrive on your friend's birthday or on a holiday? Gifts can be scheduled to arrive up to 90 days in the future. All premium plans include an ad-free experience, unlimited puzzles and lessons, and unlock all bots. Go Platinum to add unlimited game review, or Diamond to unlock insights and coach explanations. Give the gift of chess today.
Dude, It's impossible to not hear you just breathing super loudly.
Okay, fine. I will hold my breath for 3 minutes.
All right, let's go.
Okay,
let's go
sure.
right now. Got the
Ready?
chest clock app right here. Almost there. And you did it.
What can you do for 3 minutes?
My wife says not a lot, but I can plank.
Keep that big butt down. Dude, nice.
2, 1, you did it. Wow. I feel better. Oh, yeah. You were timing me?
Yeah, you were in there for 30
Oh,
minutes.
man.
Let's
Sorry.
play some chess and get some dinner.
Let's do it.
Time odds?
Yeah.
Okay. You bring your clock?
Oh, I left my clock at home.
Dude, you idiot. I told you to bring it.
Let's just go get something to eat.
Okay. Download the new chess.com clock app so you can time yourself playing chess or whatever other dumb stuff you and your friends do.
And we are joined by perhaps the man of the day, Jose Martinez, with an epic showdown against Anish Giri. Jose, first question for you is, are you breathing okay? How are you feeling?
I'm feeling I will almost die soon. I know like the match will be really hard. I know Anish. I suppose he was training with some accounts, so I played some matches. He didn't knew it. I know who is with his anonymous account, so he's really strong. Like he's not an easy opponent in bullet, for sure. In classical and in other time controls, he's like a beast, elite player, top 5. But in bullet, I get impressed because he was playing a lot. So I take it seriously. My prep in Sunday, yesterday.
Yeah, it was a really exciting match. I mean, everyone was getting very, very well. They didn't know what was going to happen at the end, and that means your reward is you're going to play Hikaru in the next round. And what are your thoughts on playing Hikaru next?
If I play Hikaru with the same level of today, I will lose like with 10 games in a row, but I will get adopted. So I need to rest, to take a bath maybe before the match, and I hope I can like be in the bullet mood, the correct bullet mood that I always be when I play some tournaments. Yeah.
And I mean, Jose, being able to relax sounds like it's difficult given what we just witnessed. Can you take us through your mind during the match? You were down early. Then you stormed ahead, and then Anish came back. Like, how did you feel the match was going? Were you ever really worried that you were going to lose?
For sure, I consider a lot. Like this match, I think was 50-50 or maybe some advantage for me because I always play bullet. But I consider sometime I can lose the match. But I was really dumb. I was really dumb when I was 3 points ahead. I just relaxed. I didn't focus more. I just relaxed. I think the match will be over because it was like 7.5 against 4.5. So I think I will win because I guess the time will be like 2 minutes or 3 minutes left. So I just play normal chess. He played excellent. I made some mistakes and then he came back. He won 3 in a row. So he tied. And I was really, really at some point nervous because I didn't expect it.
And how do you prepare like for a match like this? I mean, like let's say you got an hour or two before the match starts. Is there anything you do? Do you do some puzzles or something else to get in the right mindset?
I think for bullet, you should be like in your 5 sense alert. You need to like be in a. If you're fighting with the lion in the jungle, you need to be like that. You need to be like so focused and so prepared for everything. And I think today I was not in that mood. I was like feeling tired. I think because I didn't take a bath, I didn't eat breakfast. So yeah, maybe I need to change something for tomorrow. I don't want Hikaru to destroy me a lot. No, I want to give him a really good match. And if I am in my best shape, I can think in a miracle.
Well, one thing you definitely didn't need to change today is that shirt. I gotta always give it a shout out every time I see it. That chess is more fun with tacos. So what is that? Just your shirt when you're playing in a serious competition? You wear the fun shirt.
I choose this shirt like with us. How to say it? Yeah, my English is not good. I didn't find the correct word, but was with intention because I was choosing should I put a Peruvian shirt, should I put a Mexican shirt, and then decide I have this. I remember some nice tournament I have with this shirt. I think in Proches League I have my best performance using this clothes. So I think it's my lucky shirt. At least today I have a lot of luck in some games.
Where are the tacos? Are they nearby?
Yeah, in Mexico we love tacos. I'm now in Mexico. I'm Peruvian, but I'm living in Mexico for some months. So this shirt is it's not like casual. It's like I have the feeling. I have the Mexican feeling.
Well, hopefully you have the feeling, you get the filling, you didn't eat breakfast. Go eat some tacos. Go enjoy yourself. Jose, we'll see you tomorrow for your matchup against Hikaru. Congratulations once again.
Thank you. Thank you, Robert. Thank you, Simon.
And that is Jose Martinez from Peru in Mexico, taking down Super Grandmaster Nishikori. He is the only person who qualified into the Bullet Chess Championship to win their opening round matchup. And what a matchup that was. The most exciting by far in the winner's bracket first round.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, so close, that match. I mean, there are a number of great players and matches going on, though. Again, I would like to mention Magnus Carlsen. It's his first time playing here, and maybe I'm just a bit of a Magnus fan, but I'm really looking forward to seeing how he's going to progress in this competition. He mentioned that he hasn't got his ideal setup, and he's going to have to play maybe better tomorrow against Min, because that's going to be tough, that one, Robert, I feel, for him, if he doesn't come out at full speed ahead.
Yeah, and I've already revised the question I was going to ask you, at least the one I was planning to ask you, so I'll just ask directly. How far do you think Nishikori can go? How deep of a run do you think he can make from the loser's bracket?
Good question. I mean, the way he was playing in that match, he was getting the better positions, I feel. If he wins couple of times, I reckon he could go deep. He's a real fighter, Anish, and that's been proven by his track record against the elite players and how well he's done in his chess career.
Yeah, he really, I think, proved to a lot of people there that he can fight with the best of them in bullet chess. That was a great matchup won by Jose Martinez. Shout out to both those players. But this is a 16-person field. Everyone comes back tomorrow. We will have more amazing matchups in store for you tomorrow as we get into the quarterfinals, the winner's bracket, and into the loser's bracket. So don't miss that action. That's tomorrow. Same time, same place, and same faces. It'll be me and Simon once more. So we thank you so much for tuning in. I hope you had as much fun as we did. And we'll see you tomorrow from the Bullet Chess Championship 2023.